Good morning. Here we are with the third day of our conference. In the morning, we will continue with 3 panels of presentations, and after the lunch, we will have a round table where we will discuss the topics which were brought to the audience and to the discussion through the conference. So you are welcome to watch us, to be with us, and I wish you an interesting, inspiring day.
And maybe I would remind you, if you are interested in the talks, please post your questions to Slido or also on Facebook. There are several ways how to ask a question, so you are welcomed.
Dear organizers, dear delegates, thank you for preparing this interesting and important conference in these exceptional times. I'm very pleased to be part of this international scientific community during the virtual Bratislava conference, Memory of the Communist Past. After a few opening remarks on the subject of my project, I will give you an overview of the methodological concept, the research questions, and theoretical conceptualization of the presented project. After that, I will briefly present to you 3 case studies framed by selected visual material and followed by a short summary. Although Poland celebrated 2019, the 30th anniversary since 1989 elections amid dispute over communist legacy, the country's communist past still continues to have an effect, especially on Warsaw. The skyline of Poland's capital city is since the 1950s dominated by the monumental Stalinist-era Palace of Culture and Science, which recalls the highs and lows of life in the communist era People's Republic of Poland, Polska Rzeczpospolita Ludowa, PRL. Particularly among the younger generation, a tentative yet growing curiosity about the recent past can be observed, which results in increasing steps to preserve the practices, images, and representations of the bygone communist era. Methodologically, the analysis is based on my ethnographic research conducted 2019 in Warsaw. The main focus lies on participant observations connected with the Museum of Life under Communism, with 2 unique tourism projects offering guided communist heritage tours, as well as gastronomic facilities with origins in the communist era, among others, the historic coffee house Jasi Małgosia and the original communist milk bar Rusałka. The local observations were completed by a conjunction of several qualitative interviews and perceptual city walks based on the ethnological principle of serendipity. This methodological triangulation allowed me to gather a considerable amount of material in form of images, publications, and artifacts such as stickers or postcards. They mostly collected, restored, or produced by the 1980s generation that only knows the past events by hearsay, even though the past oftentimes still inheres in cultural practices or the material texture of the surroundings and continues to have an effect on the agents and Warsaw's everyday life. The ambivalences and complexities of referring to and recalling the communist past in Warsaw are in the focus of the presented project, addressing following questions you can see on the presented slide. As starting point for my analysis, I refer to the concept of post-socialist, developed by Chris Hahn and Caroline Humbray as subject of anthropological investigation in order to explore and describe the transformation processes of former socialist countries and their ramifications. On the one hand, the concept subsumes an after, a certain set of similarities between the former communist countries, and the emphasis on the similarities homogenizes the region to a certain degree and veils important differences. On the other hand, it denotes a plurality of places, times, and phenomena, and approaches the transformation from a critical perspective, for example, on memory or economy. It assumes that the different experiences, manifestations, and systems of beliefs of the bygone communist era, as well as their institutional embeddedness, continue to have an effect until today. Social memory is selective and contextual, as the British anthropologist Frances Pine emphasizes. Following this line of argumentation, post-socialist past seems alterable. Depending on the context, social group, original focus, certain places and events, socialist practices or dilemmas of everyday life are positively emphasized, however other become covered up or seen in a negative light. One of the symptoms of the transformation processes in Eastern Europe is the phenomenon of the post-communist nostalgia, described and analyzed, among others, by the Bulgarian historian Maria Todorova. Todorova refers in her approach to the understanding of nostalgia presented by Svetlana Boym in her book The Future of Nostalgia. Boym defines nostalgia as a historical emotion, a result of a new understanding of time and space positioned between personal and collective memory, which can be both retrospective and prospective. Adapting Todorova's concept of post-communist nostalgia to the Polish case, the PRL nostalgia can be defined as a socio-cultural, political, and economic practice and narration linked to memory, history, and effect. As with other cases of post-communist nostalgia, there are various motivations, whether ideology, wistfulness for a lost sense of social status or stability, or even aesthetics or irony. In this sense, the analyzed cases of nostalgic representations and practices of the communist past have an indexical, allochronic, and symptomal character, and they always refer to the politics of the future, typifying Eastern Europe as a unique cultural unity, defining and claiming autonomy in the present and the future. This nostalgic uniqueness of Eastern Europe manifests itself in the socio-cultural realm of historical tourism. Warsaw is a touristic region with differentiated tourism imaginaries, oscillating between individual and collective desires and hopes on the one hand, and traumata or disappointments on the other hand. This imagined geography of Warsaw is shaped by the post-communist legacy, understood as tourist destination and cultural resource, and consisting of diverse material and immaterial touristic places of longing, for instance, in restaurants. The approach of touristic places of longing, developed by Bianca Hönig and Hanna Wadle, is based on Pierre Nora's concept of lieu de mémoire. Nora's notion refers not only to geographically definable places, but can be understood in the figurative sense of a topos. In this sense, certain objects, people, symbols, or phenomena of everyday culture, such as, for instance, the taste of communist chocolate or a communist holiday, can become emotional places of remembrance, which have a binding effect on collective memory and identity. Let me now briefly present to you the analyzed 3 case studies accompanied by selected visual material. The former Museum Czar-PRL, the charm of the PRL, now renamed to Museum of Life Under Communism, is one-of-a-kind museum where visitors can experience the atmosphere of Polish communism and taste a bit how it was to live in the People's Republic of Poland. The small private museum was founded by Rafał and Marta Patla, 2 tourist guides and owners of the company Adventure Warsaw. In 2013, the founders decided to open their doors not only for guests of their company, but also for public, and to relocate the museum to the Constitution Square, the flagship district of communist architecture. Today, the exhibition counts over 260 square meters of space filled with stories, exhibits, and pictures showing the most important aspects of everyday life in communist Poland and illustrating the paradoxes of the PRL era. The visitors can tour constructions of communist-era apartments and shops and look at exhibitions of common products available to consumers at that time. The small Fiat 126p, Bambino phonograph, Frania washing machine. These are just a few of the symbols that can be seen at the exhibition, which aims at creating an authentic background to discuss the bygone communist era. Both tourist offices, Adventure Warsaw and WPT 1313, were initiated in the 2010s in Warsaw by young local entrepreneurs and tourism guides fascinated by the bygone communist era. As young projects in the area of alternative urban tourism, they aim at offering guided communism tours to both foreign clients in the tourism sector and domestic clients in the corporate events field. On board of historic automobiles, the Fiat 125 or the minivan Nissan 522, a professional guide narrates a tour of landmark communist buildings and local history. The intriguing trip includes information about the history of rebuilding Warsaw after the Second World War, political anecdotes, and stories about the economy of scarcity, the dreariness and the absurdities of everyday life in communist Warsaw. The tour includes also a visit into the Museum of Life Under Communism or the still existing gastronomic venues, places where the time has stopped or adapted to the new time, but still preserving the architectural or culinary charm of the PRL. These venues are on the one hand milk bars and on the other hand traditional communist cafes. Milk bars are a type of canteens which during the communist era provided government-subsidized traditional Polish cuisine at low cost, mostly dairy products or flavor-based meals. In the early 2010s, milk bars experienced a revival, becoming small, inexpensive restaurants that took advantage of the PRL nostalgia while providing good quality food and customer service. The milk bar Rusałka in Old Prague district, right next to the Church of St. Florian, is one of the oldest milk bars of the city, untouched by the time and still serving traditional dishes at reasonable prices in an authentic communist atmosphere. Highly regarded by both locals and tourists is also Jasi Małgosia, the historic Warsaw Cafe established 1967 in the Wola district. For a long time, it was one of the most famous Warsaw coffee houses. For many years, it kept its original style. One of its symbols is still today the remarkable green neon lettering Jaś i Małgosia. A saturator and a coffee machine, reminiscent of a jukebox, a bar counter in the style of the 70s, and original furniture from the 60s made Jaś i Małgosia a nostalgic time machine for all devotees of the communist flair. After 2000, the coffee house opened up to the modern needs of its guests. Under the motto, "Welcome in our fairy tale," it offers food and drinks, but also organizes concerts, discussions, exhibitions, and dancing parties, which serve as an authentic but updated post-communist time capsule for the participant of tourist attractions on the track of communist Warsaw. Let me briefly sum up my analysis. The complexities of referring to and recalling the communist past in Warsaw are shaped by the post-communist legacy, understood in this context as tourist destination, social resource, and social practice. The emergence of diverse material, figurative or ritual lieux de mémoire in the realm of museum sites, tourism offers, and gastronomic venues are the consequence of the ongoing nostalgic turn in many Eastern European cities. The representations and images in the area of historical tourism are based on a tentative but growing PRL nostalgia, reflected, for instance, in the Museum of Life Under Communism or the multifarious offers of communist heritage tours. The organization of recognition effects and the subsequent creation of continuities are the adhesives of the historical narrative with which the stories, images, and artifacts of the communist past are attached to the present in order to turn history into an individual tourist experience. The agents of this Communist nostalgia used the prototypical nostalgic longing of the tourists for the past and the authentic in the urban tourism marketing of the post-communist legacy. They oscillate between critical distancing and playful, ironic appropriation of the communist past through material and symbolic time capsules of an anachronic authentication in form of objects, places, or stories, understood as longing for a place and a time that no longer exists. This nostalgic attitude has been reproached for commercial offers. The dictatorship of the communist era becomes de-emphasized by means of entertaining presentations and experience-oriented tourist offers. But this criticism falls short. Neither does the commercial popularization of the communist past per se result in a distortion of history and glorification of dictatorship, nor can the effects of a visit to a museum or a communist heritage tour be examined with means of semantic ethnographic analysis. It is much more the complex interplay of narrative, visual, physical, and performative aspects that is important here in order to understand the phenomenon of the post-communist nostalgia as a socio-cultural, political, and economical practice. Thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to the Q&A session after the presentation.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to present my research at this conference. My paper or my presentation will focus on try to provide an overview of the activities taken in order to institutionalize memory of communism in some sort of museal space and analyze these activities in the context of elite struggles of the memory of communism in Slovakia. As shown by the previous research, attitudes toward the communist regime in Slovakia are still source of contentions among the wider population and also the political elite. One of its manifestations is the existence of several distinct periods of transitional justice. So some sort of measures taken by the state in order to confront crimes and injustices of the past, and these memory politics in Slovakia are part of this of transitional justice and how they play out. So establishment of memorial museums in general is sort of one of the indicators of how regimes deal with the specific past, and these memorial museums, which are dedicated to some specific non-democratic regimes of the past, they present a sort of politicized past, which attempts to build public national memory of the previous regime, and in this sense present some sort of narrative that fits the narrative of the past by the current political regime, current democratic political regime. As we know, in Slovakia, such official museum of communism is still missing. So I will talk about this in the first part of my presentation, and then I will talk a little bit about two private initiatives that were able to materialize over the years. So the saga for the establishment of the official museum of communism, it sort of entered the public sphere in 2007. So discussion taking place in the media of whether we need museum of communism or not, and official representatives of the government at the time felt like there is no need for such specific institution because there are already enough museums in Slovakia that require some sort of financial attention. Then in November 2010, Forum of Christian Institutions, which is a sort of civic society initiative connected with the Catholic Church, presented their their petition to politicians asking them to establish the Museum of Crimes of Communism. This museum, which would focus on the crimes, repressive apparatus, and political history, was falling into this political anti-communist narrative, and it was presented. Also, at the presentation, there were some representatives of Catholic or conservative political parties, including Jan Čarnogórsky at the time, and institutions such as Nations Memory Institute. In March 2011, newly established Radičová government, they sort of came up with initiative to establish Museum of Communism in one of the buildings of the government of the Slovak Republic. And in June 2011, government officially approved document intention to establish a Museum of Communism and totalitarian regimes in Bratislava. So this museum would not only focus on the communist past, but also on the Second World War Slovak state. Its focus would be on, again, on repressive apparatus, violation of human rights, opposition to the regime, but it also added the theme of everyday life in Slovakia into the mix, therefore also giving something in the direction of social history as well. This initiative was, however, unsuccessful due to the fall of Radičová government in October 2011. Then another initiative came in 2016, which was sort of taken by the president of National Memory Institute, Ondrej Krajňák, who at the time also held some meetings with the representatives of Bratislava self-governing region about the intention to establish the museum in one of their buildings. He was able to build some sort of coalition of more stakeholders, such as Slovak National Museum, some historians, civil society representatives, and others. But this initiative was again not successful, and it was halted in autumn of 2017 when the new law on national memory, or the amendment to the law on national memory, was presented in the parliament, which attempted to some sort of change in the way president of the institute is elected, and also attempted to limit their functions and responsibilities. And this took most of the time of Krajňák sort of to battle this sort of new amendment, which was to some extent successful. And then, but eventually he resigned in November 2017, and the new leadership of the National Memory Institute did not consider establishment of the museum as their priority and did not take any action in this regard. Then another initiative came in November 2019 with the 30th anniversary of the fall of the communist regime in Slovakia, and another initiative from the Catholic circles. At the time, this petition was signed by a wide range of public personas, including some liberal politicians, supported by National Memory Institute and Institute of History of Slovak Academy of Sciences. But in practice, it did not lead to any concrete steps from the government or some other institution in this regard so far. So what was successful already? There is the so-called Museum of 17th November, which was established by entrepreneur and conservative politician Alois Hlina, first presented in November 2011, before the 2012 elections, alongside some other conservative politicians. And then the museum was opened the next year with its the exhibition prepared in cooperation with the Nations Memory Institute. So the museum, it has its seat in one of the cafes owned by Alois Hlina, and it's here you can see the entrance. It's sort of at the end of the cafe, one small room near the toilets, and the museum is accessible during the opening hours of the cafe. So as you can see, the interior of the museum, it's just several panels that present this sort of political history of the establishment of the communist regime in Slovakia, its repressive apparatus, victims, opposition, leading to the events of 17 November and its aftermath, with the last panel focusing on the state security and its activities. The museum is not really representative in a sense that it is just one small room and doesn't contain any artifacts and so on. So it can be, it's more like sort of permanent exhibition of few panels prepared by the Nation's Memory Institute. The second museum that exists is the so-called Museum of the Crimes and Victims of Communism. This was established as a continuation of the Forum of Christian Institutions initiative that I mentioned already in 2011, came with their petition. They didn't stop working on this attempt to establish the museum. And it was taken over by the civic association called Inconspicuous Heroes. The museum was open in March 2013, and as the name suggests, they focus mostly on the crimes and victims of the regime and their stories. The museum itself, it has a seat in one of these private universities buildings, and but it's not really a museum. It's more of a sort of space for different kinds of presentations, and outside there's one wall of Inconspicuous Heroes which presents a few stories of the victims of the communist regime. So it cannot really be considered some sort of museum with some sort of permanent exhibition. So to conclude, the memory entrepreneurs which attempt to establish this memory mostly come from political right and Catholic circles. They were not able to institutionalize this anti-communist narrative of the past in the official museum, and therefore these presentations are confined to small privately owned spaces. And this can be seen as a result of continuation of the struggles over memory politics in Slovakia, where the political elite, they attempt history just from the perspective of what kind of political advantage they can leverage from it or not. So thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to some of your questions.
Dear colleagues and participants of the Memory of the Communist Past conference, welcome to my presentation about the Museum of Communism in Prague. My name is Karolina Bukovská. I come originally from the Czech Republic, and I am currently studying the master's program Public History at Free University in Berlin. In the following minutes, I would like to talk about one particular example of dealing with the period of the communist rule in my home country. But before I start, I would like to thank to the preparatory committee for giving me the opportunity to be here and to talk about this topic. Thank you. In 1 month, the Czechs are going to commemorate the 31st anniversary of the so-called Velvet Revolution, which eventually led to the fall of the communist regime in Czechoslovakia. The first idea to found a museum dedicated to the recent communist era occurred already in the 1990s, and even today there are similar plans. Despite of that, in 2020, the only existing permanent exhibition, which is displaying the period between 1948 and 1989, can be found in the Museum of Communism in Prague. The interesting thing about this private museum is the fact that it is mostly visited by tourists from abroad and not by Czechs. The local population does not seem to be very interested in it. This was also my case. I always knew that this museum exists, but because of its posters, I thought that this must be only some attraction for tourists. As part of my university project, I decided to overcome my prejudices and visited this museum. I wanted to find out why I have never came to an idea to visit the only museum of communism in the Czech Republic. But first of all, I would like to tell you more about the history of this institution. The history of the Museum of Communism goes back to the early 2000s, and it may seem quite ironic. It shows how the anti-capitalist era was turned into a free market commodity. The museum was founded by Glenn Spicker, an American businessman who came to Prague shortly after the revolution. He was attracted by new opportunities in the post-communist country. He started his business with jazz club and later with a chain of restaurants. But around 2001, Spicker started to wonder why there was no there was no museum of communism. He had an impression that the Czech society is neglecting its recent past. That's why he came to a conclusion that it might be a great idea to establish in Prague the first museum of communism. The display should be based on his private collection. His hobby was to go through various flea markets and to collect propaganda posters and other material relicts of the communist past. Glenn Spicker's new enterprise was opened in December 2001, and it was located next to a McDonald's and a casino in Prague city center. The American gathered Czech journalists and historians to create the exhibition and to add some historical context to his private collection. But as you can see in the picture, the first Czech Museum of Communism resembled more some kind of cabinet of communist curiosities than a proper exhibition. Because of the location in the city center and the museum's advertising, as we saw before, the new Museum of Communism attracted only few local visitors and was attended mostly by international tourists. However, in 2017, the Museum of Communism has changed radically. It was moved to new spaces and its display was reorganized. The new permanent exhibition consists of 62 panels, which depict the history of Czechoslovakia from 1918 to 1989. That means that it does not only focus on the communist period, but it also briefly covers the era of the First Czechoslovakian Republic and the Second World War. These texts are accompanied by selection of objects from the old exhibition, and they are presented in glass showcases. Since 2017, the Museum of Communism definitely resembles a rather traditional museum exhibition rather than a cabinet of curiosities. However, a closer look reveals that the Museum of Communism is still far away from being a place for scientific and critical dealing with the communist past. For instance, the explanatory texts contain factual errors and partially also plagiarism from Wikipedia. Also, photographs and objects are not exhibited according to standards of curatorial work. One particular example is the bust of Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk. Its origin is unknown and it resembles the first president of Czechoslovakia only remotely. Some other aspects of the Museum of Communism, such as the high entrance fee, daily opening hours, or special guided tours by private travel agency, suggest that more than in the critical view on the recent past, the private museum is interested in profit. This obvious commercial character of the museum might be one of the reasons why the local population does not show much interest in it. Another reason why the Czechs seem to avoid the Museum of Communism can be the fact that they don't feel to be its target audience. Even though all texts in the exhibition are always in Czech and English, all English titles are notably almost 3 times larger. And even the name of the museum on the entrance door, as you can see in the picture on the right, is only in English. A walk through the exhibition further reveals that also its content is adapted to the international and mostly Western audience. There is a visible influence of the US-American perspective on the history of the communism in Czechoslovakia, which is not always objective, and therefore the exhibition and the whole museum sometimes reminds the propaganda of the Cold War. The impression that the Museum of Communism is ready for international tourists than for locals is further strengthened in the museum shop. It offers items which can be found in many souvenir shops in Prague. You can meet here the angry wooden doll from the poster again, this time in many different forms, as a bottle opener or a toothpick container. It is important to know that these originally Russian dolls, matryoshkas, have been sold for many years in souvenir shops in Prague. They have become a hated symbol of mass tourism because they have been regarded as an unpleasant reminder of the years under the Soviet influence. Given to that, it is not probable that these items would be offered to local population, but rather to international visitors who are not aware of these hidden meanings. It is also clear that the notably overpriced bottled beer is not very interesting for the nation of beer drinkers, and that is only another trap for tourists. The last reason why, in my opinion, the Museum of Communism does not attract many local visitors is the way how the communist era is visually represented here. And I will give you one concrete example. Once I was walking with a Russian acquaintance in Prague. When he saw this poster with the mascot of the Olympic Games in Moscow in 1980, he was irritated. He could not understand why the mascot, which he used to have as a teddy bear when he was a child, was holding Kalashnikov and promoting the Museum of Communism. To me, the message of the poster was also not very clear. Back then, I didn't know much about these Olympic Games and could not recognize its mascot neither. This small episode demonstrates that the visual language in the Museum of Communism uses to promote itself, and also the way how the communist era is depicted there, might be irritating or not relatable for visitors from the post-Soviet or post-communist countries. The omnipresent propaganda posters, the statue of Karl Marx at the entrance, matryoshkas in the museum shop, or the selfie point with the statues of Stalin and Lenin next to the toilet send out a form of communist kitsch, which responds to a rather stereotypic picture of the Eastern Bloc other. It is clear that for locals and for visitors from the post-Soviet countries, it is difficult to accept such perspective. At this point, before we start the discussion, I would like to conclude my presentation. To sum up the main findings of my visit and the analysis of the private Museum of Communism, I will use this Instagram post. Firstly, on this post, we can observe the commercial character of the museum. Instead of showing interesting objects from the exhibition, it promotes items from the museum shop. Secondly, the English name of the institution in the right corner demonstrates the orientation on an international audience. And thirdly, the faces of Stalin and Lenin in form of candles represent Western kitchification and othering of the experience with the communist rule, which is taking place in the whole Museum of Communism in Prague. Dear colleagues, thank you for your attention. I'm looking forward to discussion.
Thank you for presenters for very interesting speeches. And now is a place and time for discussions. And our moderator will be Adam Wiesner, our colleague from the project. So the floor is yours now, Adam.
Thank you, Monica, for a short introduction. Please allow me to welcome and introduce our guest, and thank you for all of your presentation. First, I will introduce Agnieszka Balceřák. She's a research fellow and curriculum administrator at the Institute of Empirical Cultural Studies and European Ethnology at the LMU Munich. Hello.
Good morning.
Then Karolina Bukovská, currently a student of the Master Program Public History at the Free University Berlin, and also a student assistant in the Foundation for the Study of Communist Dictatorship in East Germany. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning.
And our last guest is Martin Kovanic, currently a postdoctoral researcher at the Department of Political Science, Faculty of Arts at the Comenius University in Bratislava. Good morning.
Morning.
So thank you all for your very interesting presentations. Let me allow firstly to remind our audience and everyone who is watching us on our streams on YouTube and Facebook that if you would like to join our discussion, the best way is to post a question on our Slido app. I will probably start with a question for all of you. I think that we all have to agree that the topic you presented is very important, and it's evident from your presentations how it still polarizes our societies. But basically, all of you covered a very important context from geographical location. So I would like to probably ask all of you now, if you could shortly sum up in reference to the big theme of memorial museums in the Czech, Slovak, and Polish society, if you could comment on what are the contemporary narratives that are prevalent in today's society and political context in particular locations. Maybe whoever wants to start.
Okay, I can start, I guess. So you mean the narratives exist in the society, or the ones that I think that the narratives, they are quite different among the society, and this is something that was talked about already in the first keynote lecture, that there is this pluralism of the views of the history. But on the other hand, when it comes to political elite, and I'm focusing mostly on the political elite and also these civil society organizations, Nations Memory Institute, and so on. These are the ones that try to present, or these mnemonic actors, they try to present this national memory, which would be sort of all-encompassing and which would present just one understanding of the history of communism, which falls under this totalitarian paradigm. And especially in Slovakia, also in these museal projects, you can really see that this is what these mnemonic actors, be it these actors of political right or these actors from the Catholic Church, they are pushing for this totalitarian narrative. But as I said, the conclusion is, I think that when it comes to this official memorial museum, what is really important is, as in these other transitional justice measures that were taken in the past, is the elite configuration. And so far, it has not been successful to establish some sort of official big museum of communism. It's only confined to these smaller places. But even when I went through these smaller places, they are very connected with the Nations Memory Institute, which has this specific understanding of the history. And some sort of actors from Nations Memory Institute, they were engaged in all of these activities that I tried to cover in my presentation.
Thank you very much. I don't know, Aniška, if you perhaps want to continue, you spoke a lot about this nostalgia narrative. If you could comment briefly on that.
So I think we have to, if we comment on this in general, we have to divide a little bit. If you focus on, let's say, the political past, or if you want to focus on the everyday culture of that, what was really with everybody each day. And I would strongly say that in Poland is a situation where you could say that it's this memory of the communist past is divided between some sort of amnesia, that you would like to forget everything and say it is almost not existing anymore, and we don't have to take care of it, we don't have to address the subject. There is, on the other hand, something like critical stance. Where are people or NGOs or cultural institutions who try to address this theme in a critical way, in saying, okay, there was good points about that time, but there is a lot of aspects that have to be seen very critical. And as well, there is something like a nostalgical longing. Yeah. So this is where presented in my paper. And there was, of course, no time to present another museum that is existing in Warsaw since 2019. And there is as well another division that I have to make between, let's say, political actors, public actors, and private sector. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The museum I was talking about is actually a museum that is in private hands.
Mm-hmm.
There's another one that was established actually only a few months ago. Opened for the public at the end of 2019. And this is an official museum with the name, it's a quite long one, Museum for Political Prisoners and Cursed Soldiers. And this has a completely different team. It's addressing everything completely different, and it's as well somehow I would say supporting the current politics of memory of the ruling peace party. Yes, and this is. So I think we have to divide here when we talk about that. What is actually what are actually the narratives? Because I think they are different. This is not that we can say it's only one way to go.
Excellent. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Thank you very much, Carolina. I would like to ask you as well, because in your presentation, we saw that you mostly spoke about this heavy investment of private entrepreneurship, how you see this situation in this context, in Czech context particularly.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I have to say that after seeing the previous presentation, the museum in Poland, in Warsaw, the PRL. Unfortunately, I didn't know much about the situation in Slovakia, but I was actually, really surprised how many similarities are there in all the countries. And as I have the last comment, I would like to maybe sum up, because the situation in the Czech Republic is, I would guess, it's quite similar in other countries, in Slovakia and also in Poland. And I would see some common tendencies. First, the fact that 3 decades after the fall of the communist regime, there are no public museums dedicated only to this era. And what is only existing are some private initiatives, and which were founded around 2010 or something. So maybe it seems that it could be like an answer for the missing public initiatives, or for the impossibility to fund such a public institution. But on the other hand, there are certain commercial aspects also in the Museum of Communism in Prague. And another tendency I would, or phenomena I see in all the countries, and not only these 3 countries, generally in the perception of the communist, of the life under the communist regime, is the inability to find some kind of narrative in the middle, because there is we have the oppressive character of the regimes, we cannot deny it, but on the other hand, we have a certain nostalgia. The question is how to put it in one museum or in one museum exhibition, because of course these aspects of the life are very different, and the memories are conflicting memories, it is difficult. How can you present in an exhibition, let's say, washing machine next to a prison cell, for example?
Exactly.
So this is quite characteristic for all the countries, I would say. And for this Czech situation, recently there was an attempt to, or there will be a new museum which is prepared now, but it won't be the Museum of Communism. It's called the Museum of the Memory of the 20th Century, which is actually going along the totalitarian explanation that the both regimes, like the Nazi regime and the communist regime, were very basically on the same level, which is also quite problematic. So these are the plans for future. But otherwise, there are only some private initiatives. And also, the last point I would like to add is the phenomena of retro, of nostalgia, which is also visible in public exhibitions in Czech Republic.
Thank you very much. I think we all agree that there is certain common denominator in all of the contexts. I also see a lot of similarities in the way you approach the topic. So I would like to ask maybe Agnieszka and Karolina at the same time, because I collect from your presentations an insight that your research focuses on a very wide area that combines various traditional ethnographic methods as well as other maybe less traditional, like written, oral, and visual approaches. So if you could shortly tell us something about the importance of methodology in your approach, and maybe what are the peculiarities or challenges of your approaches?
Maybe I start. So I think without the traditional ethnological methodology, like, for example, participant observation or qualitative interviews, this sort of analyzing the communist past wouldn't be probably possible, yes? If you don't go directly to a museum, or if you don't participate in, for example, in a communist heritage tour, where you do really get in touch with the people who are organizing it, and if you can ask what is the reason why they decided, for example, to make such a company, yes, and to offer this touristic offer to tourists from abroad, but also to local people. It probably wouldn't be possible to get into the depths, yes, to understand what are the motivations behind that. And probably what is for me most important, I couldn't present this everyday layer of the level of life under communism. And for me, it was actually from the beginning on quite clear that it will be a triangulation, a methodological triangulation, that I will go and have a look at the exhibitions and take part in the tours, that I will try to get in contact with people who are working there and have established, for example, the two touristic offices. But it was as well a sort of serendipity. I always work like that I go through the city, especially if it's a subject that allows that. And for example, the example of Jasin Małgosia, yes, I heard about that, but I didn't see it before. And the possibility that you can go there and directly ask, for example, the manager who knows exactly the history of the place and why is it involved in the communist tours, allows you exactly to get into the deep. And this is extremely important for my research. And I think Karolina will have similar experiences.
Thank you.
Well,
Karolina, how you see it?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm still in my, as a master's student, I have to admit openly that I'm not an experienced scholar. So my occupation with the Museum of Communism was only for a paper at my university. So I'm really in my methodological beginnings. But the methodology I used was a museum analysis, but there are so many attitudes of how to analyze museum or exhibition. The one I used, I chose it because it was quite logical, and it was a multi-layer analysis that you analyze different layers of the museum or the exhibition. So first of all, you actually understand the museum or the exhibition as a historical source. So you use like the source critics on the museum. So first of all, I very important was for me to focus on the history generally of the institution, on the background, who made it actually, because I think it's very important in the case of the Museum of Communism that where the objects come from, because it can also say what messages they deliver. Then I went just like to concrete examples. Then I chose concrete examples. I analyzed more, and what would be like for my further projects, because I would like to also continue in this project. And what would be difficult for from the methodology is the fact that there are also some. Yeah, you can ask the visitors of the museum how they saw it, but my main question is why people don't go to this museum, why don't Czech people don't go museum. And it was for me very difficult, or it's still very difficult to ask, because it was also my personal case, because I knew that this museum existed, but why I didn't go there. And my hypothesis is that lies in the visual language, I would say, because like a Russian matryoshka, which I have like different association with it than, for example, international tourists, or even tourists from the former Soviet countries. They have again different, they associate something different, and they might think that that's a museum about Russians, for example. So I think this is very difficult, and I still don't know how to deal with it, how to answer the question, or how to analyze why people don't go to some museum.
Yeah, I understand it. Thank you. I see Monica is raising hand. So Monica, you can ask your question now.
Thank you. It's a question for all three presenters. I think that forgetting and silence is one of the ways how to deal with the troubled past. When I will give a parallel with the Nazi Germany past and the German society after the war. So there was a silence and no public discussion about the past for 20 years. In late 1960s, it started with the new generation. So my question is, in Slovakia, I speak case Slovakia, there is no public discussion about communist past. There is silence in general. So the question is, are we waiting in Slovakia, but maybe also in Poland and Czech Republic, for the new generation, which starts this discussion, or what is your opinion about this?
Martin, perhaps you can respond to.
So, like the question is now like what the discussion should look like, right? Because I think that the period of silence about the communist regime was mostly during the 90s, during the Mečiar years, when no transitional justice measures basically was passed, with some exception of some symbolic laws. But then with the establishment of this new right-wing coalition, I think the discussions started to some extent, and it resulted in the establishment of Nations Memory Institute, which then to some extent felt like, okay, we already have the Nations Memory Institute, so we can close the discussion about what communism looked like, because there we have this specific institution which is there to explore this communist past and lead their activities, do some sort of historical research, and they will tell us what to think about.
Yeah.
I think that, and then there's like a big part of political elite connected with what we call more of these left-wing parties or nationalists, who basically say that, okay, this communist past is not so important, or they will refer themselves to some legacy of the Dubček Prague Spring or something, but in practical terms, it's not seen as important. On the other hand, these rightist political parties, they still try to somehow finish this legacy of the November '89 revolution. We can see it at the memorial activities each November, which sort of went into decline over the past years, but especially last year there was something, and you can see that these views of the past, I think, are still quite contested. So the question is, what comes next? Probably. I think I'm a political scientist, so I mostly look at how these politics of memory play out and the role of different actors and so on. But what I'm still missing is still like some sort of more historical books, on the periods like normalization and some specific proponents of the regime. It's like coming slowly a little bit, but there is still like no really big project. Okay, to say, like, even if you compare it with Czech Republic, yeah, they started focusing on also these other aspects like the technocratic rule, the feminist perspective, and so on and so on. And in Slovakia, it's still missing to a large extent, and like hopefully it will come also from the side of historians more. Like here as a social scientist, as I say, I don't really see my place in doing this. I'm more interested in like how the history is being used in sort of political discourse, political institution for political gains, and so on.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And perhaps briefly, Aniška and Karolina, if you want to add.
Yes, I would say, because the question was if we need the younger generation, if the younger generation should try to deal with the communist past. And I think I can't say if in Slovakia or in Czech Republic it is exactly the same, but if you look at the, let's say, neo-nationalism in Poland and what is happening not only according to the ruling party, but to youth organizations connected with nationalist ideology, there is, I already mentioned this, there is a phenomenon of the so-called cursed soldiers. And this is what is very pushed by the ruling party, but also by those people and those young people that are mostly young men between, let's say, 20, 30 years. So they've been born in the 80s or in the 90s. So this is actually, for me, a younger generation. And if you look at that, what is actually happening in the public space, if you look, for example, at the demonstration culture, if you look at, for example, the clothes that they are wearing during the demonstrations, there is really a memory boom, according to cursed soldiers. And cursed soldiers were partisans fighting against the communist regime in the 40s and till the 60s. And this is exactly the subject that the museum that has been founded by not really founded, by supported by Duda, by a Polish president. So this is dealing in a really very extraordinary and very intensive way with this problem. And that's what I was presenting in my paper. Yes, this is actually a niche. This is only a very small part of the memory of the communist past. And I'm not really sure, but I don't think that exactly this narration, so this way of remembering the past, the bygone era, will be the dominant. I think it's rather that the right actors and the ruling party, currently ruling party, is pushing that this will be, let's say, the main narration, yes, that will dominate the public discourse.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. I received an information from the studio that unfortunately we ran out of time. So I'm sorry, I have to close this discussion because we need to continue with our program. But thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. I think we agree this is a very important topic. Monika, Luba, the word is yours.
Yeah, thank you. We will continue without break the next panel 11. So
thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your contributions.
Thank you.
Thank you for the
Goodbye.
Colleagues, my presentation discusses the memory of the repressions of the communist time in ex-Soviet countries. The Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. Each of its ex-republics has its own memory about the whole country and the role of the republic within the Union. This presentation focuses on the museums, the similarities and differences of portraying the communism past. It is based on my visits of over 20 exhibitions in the post-Soviet states, located in both government museums and from private institutions. The Museum of Great Famine Holodomor in Ukraine is located inside a 32-meter high white chapel, as seen on the left. It's meant to unify Ukrainian people in tragedy without the East-West separation. The exhibition is focused on history relating to a single event. Holodomor was a great tragedy, mainly of the Ukrainian people, but not the Soviet Union as a whole. The Kishinev Museum makes us feel like we're in the Soviet reality, bombarding us with propaganda slogans on every step. The narration is focused on the history of the Soviet occupation, mainly on the Second World War and deportations. On this photo, we can see a map of deportation destinations in the Soviet Union. Through the window in the middle of the map, we can see mannequins representing living conditions in the Gulag barracks. These museums in Kiev and Kishinev talk about different events, but they are both telling a story about tragedy of their individual nations. The Soviet Union is the main perpetration here. The Ukrainian and the Moldavian people are victims. Central Asian countries had a different way of memorizing these tragic events. For example, here you can see the museum of the Karaganda camp. The museum is located in Dolinka, where also the administrative facilities of Karlak were located. The most tragic part of the exhibition is dedicated to deported nationalities. Among them there are Poles, Ukrainians, Belarusians, German people, Koreans, and some other nations. The way the tragic events are painted by the Karlak exhibition is vastly different from Kishinev and Kiev museums. In contrast to these two, Karlak museum is a memorial of a place where tragedy of people from all over the Soviet Union took place. The exhibits focus on that. They tell the story of deportations, imprisonment, forced labor, separated families. The same way of approaching communist memory is used in the Museum of the Communist Victims in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. Like in Dolinka, the narration is focused on the place, not on the Uzbek nation. As seen on the left, the Tashkent Museum tells the stories of the deported people in Uzbekistan. People of many different nations from all over the Soviet Union, Europe and Asia. On the right, we can see a census of Polish nationals deported to Soviet Union. This shows how these museums tell the biggest story of the Soviet Union tragedy, which took place in their forced labor camps and deportations. Of course, both in the Karlak Museum and in the Museum of the Communist Victims, There are some mentions about repressions on Kazakhs and Uzbeks, but the main narration is focused on the place. There are more museums of Soviet occupation and repressions in the ex-Soviet countries. Probably most of you know of the occupation museums in Estonia, Lithuania and Latvia. On the left there is a famous exhibit from the Museum of Occupation and Freedom in Tallinn, showing suitcases of the deported. The museum shows how the Moscow leadership heavily influenced the Soviet Union republics, as seen by the huge photo of Joseph Stalin overseeing the room. Speaking of Stalin, there is a lesser-known museum of White Sea-Baltic Canal. In contrast to all the other museums I visit, also in Russia, where Stalin is portrayed as a perpetrator, the Povinets Museum portrays him as a national hero. As seen on the left, there are exhibits glorifying his leadership abilities and showing that people have good memories of him, as exemplified by the recent Stalin-themed calendar. Even the wheelbarrow, which is used in many museums to represent forced labor in the camps, in Povinets has a different meaning. It symbolizes the success of Soviet Union workforce and unity in building the White Sea-Baltic Canal. Seeing all the difference between the exhibitions, one must remember that there is a lot of factors in play which can influence the memory. Among these, one could list roles the Soviet republics played in the Soviet Union, political and economic situation of the countries nowadays, relations with the Russian Federation and with each other, relations with the European Union, the United States, China, the attitude towards the Ukrainian revolution in 2014. Knowing about these factors gives us the context we need to seeing the bigger picture of the extensive topic that is memory of communism in post-Soviet states. Thank you for your attention, and I hope you enjoyed my presentation.
The main topic of my presentation are the former political prisoners from the era of Stalinism in the 1950s, their perceptions of dealing with communism and their role in politics of memory. To be more precise, I'm going to focus on the first 10 years after establishing their association called the Confederation of the Political Prisoners of Czechoslovakia and later Czech Republic. In short, we can use the Czech term KPV. The organization was established in December 1989. The Confederation was meant to be a mass organization of all members of anti-communist opposition, including, for example, members of dissent, Charter 77 and organizations from exile. Maybe first disillusion in the 1990s was that there was an only limited interest for that. The KPV's view of dealing with communist past was naturally quite radical in the 1990s and the organization had problems in promoting it. I can mention some of the most important demands and expectations which weren't realized. The prohibition of the Communist Party, the punishment of the perpetrators, and the official recognition of the third anti-communist resistance movement. Of course, the KPV vision of the decommunized society was more complex. The KPV, for example, promoted establishing so-called Nuremberg trials against the communist crimes, or at least some kind of moral tribunals for cleansing society in moral way. In fact, the KPV had only limited success in promoting all these ideas. The KPV members felt not recognized as heroes and moral leaders of society and overshadowed by the former dissent members. The disagreement with the level of decommunization and blaming dissidents and hidden communists for it influenced perception of the Velvet Revolution held by the KPV members. For example, one ex-prisoner wrote in 1992 that the Velvet Revolution was not what we wanted and dreamed about in prisons. In this wider context, the KPV developed polarized discourse of fraud, so-called revolution, which was, in their view, only a transfer of power between two groups of communists, which in fact blocked the real decommunization of society. The KPV was presenting the members of the presenting themselves as members of national-wide resistance movement from the 1950s, who were all true Democrats of Masaryk's type, all recognized the communism as evil from the very beginning and soon started their fight to destroy it. On the other hand, there was a different contrasting discourse about the dissent, which was recognized as the main rebel of this organization. And there the dissent was presented as a harmless opposition of former communists tolerated by dictatorship, as a kind of allies, and from time to time resting in fancy prisons behind the golden bars. The KPV participated on politics of memory from the beginning and invested lots of energy in promotion of its claims, but their key demands were not implemented. In my opinion, quite important was the year 1992, because the parliament refused the law about the anti-communist resistance, which turned KPV into a kind of mnemonic warrior fighting against disillusion and for public recognition for its demands. In 1992, the KPV, for example, published the Kolín Resolution to the cities and municipalities, which requested sending of resolutions supporting recognition of the third resistance to the government and parliament. It was quite successful. The municipal self-governments in 52 districts responded to this call and wrote the resolutions. The KPV also started organizing seminars, discussions, and even series of conferences about the communist crimes. The first took place in 1992, and in that year, the organization also opened the Museum of the Third Resistance in Příbram to educate public in this topic. The organization also supported right-wing political parties and started paying for advertisements warning against the left before elections. Despite all of these efforts, it seems that during the 1990s, the KPV was constantly losing its influence. Even the chair of the KPV Political Commission, Miloš Slabák, wrote in 1995 that the organization was forced to resume the anti-communist resistance. One part of KPV work in memorial politics was strong support for building new memorials and installing plaques dedicated to the victims and resistance members. Finally, I chose 2 examples illustrating that even this activity didn't meet a general agreement. The city of Benešov offered KPV to choose name for a street in 1994. They proposed the street of anti-communist resistance, which was not accepted by the city. So there is a street of political prisoners since then, and similar stories happened in more places. Also in 1993, the KPV journal informed very proudly about the first bridge named after the anti-communist resistance. But in short, they were wrong, and the bridge is dedicated to the second resistance, anti-fascist resistance. In fact, there is no public space in Czech Republic named after the anti-communist resistance until now. So we do not have enough time to talk about all the KPV activities during the 1990s. So I would like to end my presentation by stating that it was not until the end of the 1990s that the organization achieved success and announced to its members a return to political life. This opened a new chapter in its history. Thank you for your attention. Czechoslovak prison system in the era known as normalization in the 1970s and 80s has so far been studied by only a handful of researchers. We can identify 2 main approaches to this topic. The first is based on the former political prisoner's perspective and focuses on topics as repression, violence, and forced labor. The second interpretation comes from the insiders, psychologists, penologists, and other people who worked in Czechoslovak prison system. This view is mainly focused on more feasible topics like the institutional history, professionalization of prison staff, and technocratic reforms from the 1960s and 70s. Our intention was to combine both these perspectives to get more balanced approach. We used the multi-level narrative approach introduced by the psychologist Philip Hamak, which enable us to link together 2 levels of prison system. The management level, with an emphasis on changing role of prisons in society, examine through the lens of master narratives, and the level of individual narratives of both prisoners and prison staff. We explored how the relevant master narratives were present in the prison environment and how they were appropriated to or rejected in the individual narratives of actors within the prison system. In our project, we identified 3 prototypical master narratives which proved to be suitable both for a comprehensive analysis of the prison system and the adaptation of the main actors to prison conditions. We are aware that this is a simplification, but the selection of the most dominant master narratives has helped us to better understand the main trends in prisons. The first political ideological master narrative was dominant master narrative in that time. It was based on official state ideology of Marxism-Leninism. In prison system, it was manifested in combination of principles as repression, coercion, class struggle, emphasis on collectivism, and re-education. Criminal into a new socialist man. The second one, technocratic master narrative, was based on assumption that science is a solution for crime and recidivism. In the prison system, it was manifested by emphasis on science, education, and professionalization of prison staff. The last one, humanist master narrative, was mainly based on the concept of civil rights, human rights, and humane approach to convicts as individuals. During the project, we recorded 15 oral historical interviews with former prison staff, psychologists, educators, researchers in penology, physician, and several prison guards. The following table summarizes the results of 6 chosen interviews. In this paper, we examine how prison staff adapted to the prison system in place or tried to transform it at the time, and how they reflect on their engagement with it at present. By exploring these questions, we ultimately inquire into how their experience as prison staff in communist prison influenced their professional narrative identity and the course of life, and how dominant social and political narratives in Czechoslovak communist dictatorship impacted on their individual lives. The participants can be divided into main groups. Those who identified with the dominant political ideological master narrative at the time and those who didn't. Mr. A and Mr. B have identified with the dominant political ideological master narrative. They truly felt in a position of power and were securely positioned within the system. From this position, they treated prisoners according to the values of the political ideological narrative. Today, they feel proud of their work. Today, they justify it using the political ideological narrative content, and they despise those who advocate a humanist approach, just as this approach was despised at the time. They therefore do not feel any remorse and see themselves still as the ones who know how prisoners should be handled. An interesting feature of interviews with many members of prison staff is that their answers strongly suppress the issues of political prisoners. Some of them were also attempting to question the importance of the dissident movement and moral integrity of its members, seeing them, for example, as criminals and drug addicts. Even 30 years after the fall of Czechoslovak communist dictatorship, they didn't change their view of the anti-communist opposition members or invested any time to find out who they were and which values they represented. The second group of prison staff, with names Mr. C, D, E, and F, didn't identify with the political ideological master narrative and were influenced by the humanist master narrative values. Within the prison system, they were faced with a challenge of reconciling their humanistic values with the values of the dominant master narrative. Interestingly, they were therefore in a fragile position within the system. Each of them took a different approach to how to reconcile this discrepancy. Mr. C and Mr. D stayed in the system and were compliant with the demands of the political ideological narrative, but on the other hand, tried to do their work according to their conscience. Mr. D told us, Mrs. D told us that she and other similarly oriented staff members, like prison educator and welfare officers, supported each other. And she told us that their offices were something like islands of freedom for them. Both Mr. C and Mrs. D were strongly supporting humanist reforms of the system after the Velvet Revolution. However, staying in the prison system had its costs. For instance, Mr. C, a prison psychologist, could meet and work with like-minded people during his penal research. On the other hand, he had to show the loyalty to the prison leadership. He joined the Communist Party and attended ideological lectures, while he justifies his behavior by concerns regarding the protection and well-being of his family and his children's education. He is also troubled by his compliant attitude at the time, though it was mostly out of fear. Mr. E and Mr. F, Mrs. E and Mr. F realized that their humanist values are in stark contrast with the reality in the prison system at the time. During their tenure, they discovered that their presence was more to their detriment. For this reason, they have decided to leave their position in prison and they found another job. Analysis of interviews with the prison workers demonstrated how the acceptance of or rejection of dominant master narrative manifested in their adaptation to the formal social and political life. It also shows that the values contained from the dominant narrative into individual narratives may occur even 30 years later, when the dominant narrative has lost its dominance. This is also due to the fact that the change of individual narrative is also associated with the change of identity and is therefore not a simple matter. Thank you for your attention.
Welcome back to the discussion. Thank you very much for your presentations. We call this panel internally the oppressed and the oppressors. So I think it was really a connection, and I would like to give the word to our moderator of this panel, our colleague from the project, Petra Schindler-Vistenova, who works as a senior researcher and head of the Oral History Center at the Institute of Contemporary History of Czech Academy of Sciences. Petra, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, everybody. So I am sorry. It's a real pleasure to welcome here our three panelists. Michal is a double panelist. I would like to introduce him as first. Olga Lebedeva. She's a PhD student at the University of Warsaw in Poland. And in her PhD paper, she analyzed the memory of the communist times in the post-Soviet and post-Yugoslavian states based on exhibitions in their museums. And her interests lie with the memory studies, politics of history, history of communism, especially in the Soviet Union and People's Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. Klára Pinerová. Hello, Clara. Yeah, she's a historian. She received PhD studies at the Charles University Institute for Economic and Social History. She's a researcher in the field of post-war history in East Europe, and her main interest is the prison system and the history of socialist dictatorship in Czechoslovakia. She published several publications and studies. And her last project, which was the third presentation about, is the transformation of the prison system in the Czech lands in the period 1965 to 1992. And Michal, he is a social anthropologist and oral historian, and he was a co-operator at the just mentioned project, the transformations of the prison system in the Czech lands. He has been focusing on oral history theory, memory studies, and use of oral history in community projects, and in research into local history. He has been working at the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes, and they both, Clara and Michal, they are co-founder of the NGO politicalprisoners.cz. So, and maybe I start with Olga, because this presentation just would follow up the previous panel. And there are some questions on the Slido, so I can read the first one, maybe. Olga, I would like to ask you about the state pressure on museums like Prem 36 and influence of the Russian patriotic law on museum exhibitions.
Can you repeat it? Sorry, I can hear you.
Petra, could you repeat the question, or shall I read it once more? Because I think Olga didn't hear.
Okay.
I didn't get it.
So once again, I would like to ask about the state pressure on museums like Perm 36 and influence of the Russian patriotic law on museum exhibitions.
Okay. Okay, Perm 36, it's not famous now. It was a big conflict with that museum, I think 5 years ago. And this museum is still open, but it's not famous. There are no information about that museum in news and in publications. And Russian politics of history, I think it has its pressure for the museums, but I don't think that museums are so popular in Russia. There is no the main source of politics of history. In my opinion, in Russia, maybe cinema is more important. Maybe school books, monuments, but not the museums, in my opinion. And there is a Gulag museum in Moscow. It's a government museum. It's really great. It has a really great exposition. But I think it has less pressure, less influence on politics of history, less influence for Russian people. And these small museums, like that museum in Povenets town, small, and Povenets town it's really small town in Russia. These museums can have more influence on usual Russian people, because all Russians should, or once in life, but they should go to that small museum in their own towns, and not to the Gulag Museum in Moscow.
Mm-hmm. And is there an overview of how many people visit these museums? And is it local people or tourists, like was mentioned the previous panel in the Museum of Communism, for example, in Prague?
Gulag Museum is in Moscow because it's Moscow, it's capital. It's more touristical place, so there are more tourists. In small town, I don't have any statistical data, but I think there are not so many visitors in the small museums, but the whole small towns around, they should come on that smallest exhibitions. And all of these museums, both in Moscow, in St. Petersburg, and in small towns, there are places for school groups for children.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. And I see one more question for you from Radka Švařičková-Slabáková. She thanks for your presentation and asks, Olga, are there any museums of nostalgic representation of communism, everyday life in the ex-Soviet countries? Is there any difference between museums showing communist oppression in Russia and ex-Soviet countries? So you visited more than 20 museums.
Yeah. I can say that there are some parts of exhibitions which are nostalgical. Like, for example, in the Museum of Occupation and Freedom in Tallinn. It's Museum of Occupation, but they have that part about usual life, everyday life, about typical flats, typical kitchen. I can't remember in that moment if there is a museum of nostalgia, if I can name it that way. But in my opinion, nostalgia is how can I say? You can see nostalgia in most of museums in ex-Soviet countries. It's not that rare topic.
Okay, thank you very much. And maybe now a question from Michal. Hello, Michal. Good to see you again. So the perceptions of dealing with communism on this debate is still very animated in Czech Republic. It's very emotional. And there was a discussion about emotions in remembrance yesterday and the first day of conference as well. So why do you think wasn't the Confederation of Political Prisoners successful in its activities against communism, and the members are so disappointed? You mentioned this 1992, this anti-communism resistance refuse, but what was the reason? What do you think?
You mean the reason why this law was refused?
No, why the members from this confederation are so disappointed and why they were so successful against these things?
I think it's a complicated question. But in society, there was no such a pressure on this banning of Communist Party and etc. So they didn't have enough power. And were not recognized as so important players in politics. So their influence was quite low. And this is why the disillusion was so big. But this presentation is only about the 1990s. Later, in the next 20 years, they had quite success. But another question is that for example, this third resistance law was passed in 2011, but somehow all these successes are felt by KPV members partly like failures, because even they are successful in promoting their tasks, it's not that way they want it to be applied. Like the third resistance law, the definition of a resistance member or fighter against communism was quite different from the perspective of the KPV, for example. So the law was passed, but the way how it was applied, it was another disillusion for them.
And I see on Slido one question for you. What is the analysis of KPV discourse based on? Is the negative perception of the Velvet Revolution really that prevalent among regular KPV members?
Yeah, the analysis is based on my fieldwork. It's a participant observation in the local branches of KPV. I'm in contact with KPV members, both ordinary members and leadership, for about 10 years, maybe more. And I also have their journals, magazines published by the organization for all its members. So this view, which is quite radical, is mostly the view of the top of the organization, the leadership of organization. And it is a question how big influence on ordinary members of this organization. But it happened to me quite a lot in the past that I was quite surprised how radical statements people told me during our record sessions when we stopped talking about their past, their living in prisons, and changed topic to present. And in that time when people started talking about present, I think the influence was quite strong on them.
Mm. Yeah, Monica, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. I have a question, maybe additional question to this last one, how was and how is the structure of the Confederation of Political Prisoners in Czech Republic? Because in Slovakia, in the 90s, there was only this one organization, which then split into two, actually, because at the beginning, in 90s, the political prisoners of communism were also representatives of Ludak regime, the previous regime during the World War II. So there were people with definitely different ideological backgrounds and values. So how is the structure in Czech Republic?
So the member structure.
Yeah.
Or yeah. Mostly the members are people who were imprisoned in 1950s during the era of so-called Stalinism. As I thought in presentation, there was an idea that it would be like a mass organization. I think somehow their view how the organization should be built and run is a bit like mass organizations from communism time, because it's an organization with many branches, but there is a central leadership, which is everything is tightly centralized, and only the president or the chair of organization is in charge for everything. And if there be, I think history of KPV is also history of conflicts with members and branches and leadership with ordinary members. So I think about 1993 or 4 organizations also split, and a small group of this organization left and established another organization. And the reason in that time was that there were hidden communists in KPV or hidden ex-state secret police cooperators in that, because archives were closed and there were many rumors about people, and people were very suspicious. There was a theory about operations called Clean, like a state secret police operation from the 1990s trying to destroy this organization. But there was not problem with members like Luďaks in Slovakia, I think. The more problem was that people were very polarized, suspicious, and of course, in the 1950s, the group of prisoners, it was very heterogenic organization. I think most people have common only that fact that they were in prison, but they had very, very different ideas about society, democracy, and everything. So it was very hard for them to have common voice, to talk to each other.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Michal. And now, Clara, it's a very interesting project. I know that you prepared a monography about it. And in the 60s, there was a significant expansion of the technocratic narrative in Czechoslovakia, which was promoted by the Communist Party. But were there enough experts for these positions? I mean, psychologists, teachers, and so on at that time? Because when we realized that people were employed rather than according to their qualifications, according to their loyalty to the communist regime. So was it reflected anyway in the interviews?
This is a good question, actually. So I'm a historian, and I was dealing with a system, and in the system was very powerful to see, or very visible to see, that the technocratic narrative was very enforced in this, especially in the 60s, then in the 70s, and then it ended in the 80s. However, in the interviews, it was it was almost invisible, and also it was invisible in the interviews with the guards. So, for example, the guards, they really didn't realize that there was something like the technocratic narrative, that they didn't see the help which they could get from psychologists and penologists and so on. And sometimes they really stood against them. They said they didn't do anything. They weren't for nothing, and so on. The different view stemmed from the psychologists and these workers. But what we actually seen, that the technocratic narrative was not so important for them. It was more humanist ideas to work with the prisoners and to see them as human beings. And the technocratic narrative actually, or the technocracy, helped them somehow to propose these ideas to the system, although they were not successful, to be honest. And as I said, it ended in the 80s because the leadership from the prison management actually stopped it. They stopped to enforce this technocratic narrative. And in the 80s, the psychologists and pedagogists and so on, they were more like the workers. They were there just to do their job, but they were not there to propose new ideas. Maybe Michal could add something, because he also did these interviews.
Yeah.
I talked a lot.
Okay.
we could change to anything else.
Okay. Actually, if there are no more questions, we are running out of time again. So I think it's just the proof that all of the presentations today were so interesting that there could be a lot of discussions ongoing, but I'm afraid we have to cut it now.
Okay. So it's a pity, but thank you very much for your presentation, for your panelists, and hope you see you in future in person. And thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Petra, for your moderation. And we have now a 10 minutes break and continue with the presentation at 11 o'clock. And I would like to apologize for using the mobile phones. We are not having private chats. We are just technically connecting with the rest of the team. So for all of you who are watching us, it's not just I'm watching a movie there or reading text messages. We are just trying to coordinate the whole team, and maybe that's just a short explanation.
Yeah.
Thank you very much again for your time.
Good day. My name is Monika Suková and I am studying the PhD studium at the Department of Social Science at the Faculty of Education on the Palacký University in Olomouc, which is located in the Czech Republic. I would like to present the first part of my dissertation research, which arose as a part of the academic project, the indoctrination of education in the communism period. I focus on the Czechoslovak Youth Union and its activities in the Palacký University in Olomouc and in the Central Moravia. The research is divided into 5 parts. At first, I wrote about the development of youth movements, then about the establishment of the Czechoslovak Youth Union, and then about its culture and ideological activities, and at last about specific events organized by the Youth Union in the region of Central Moravia. The aim of the research is to present some social and culture activities of university students between years 1948 and 1968, with a detailed view at the period of the late 40s and early 50s to outline the local activities of students and to present other possible directions of research. Now I will talk about used methodology. At the beginning, we focused on the heuristic method. We used the time limit associated with the establishment of the communism region between years 1946 and 1969, and sometime the geographical limit, mainly from the Czechoslovak Youth Union. Its archival materials are now stored in the archives at Palacký University in Olomouc, and also we used materials from provenience of students who studied in this time. Due to the local scope of the topic, we had to work according to historical regional studies. The research is based on the method of 3-dimensional research, which was created by the historian Poliszynski. In the most general dimension, we could talk about the development of the Czechoslovak youth movement in the middle dimension about the establishment of the Czechoslovak Youth Union, and at last about the specific activities of university students at Palacký University in Olomouc. Subsequently, we compare the collected sources according to the recommendations of academic science Dowenhauser and Pauler, who advise how to select credible information that we use to reconstruct the past and create our interpretation of events according to the thesis of historian Handel. Following the example of Ricoeur, we compare our findings with theses of other historians. Thus, we reach a greater objectivity of the research. Now, I will say you a summary of my research. During the observed period, the interest in participating in the Czechoslovak Youth Union gradually lowered despite great propagation. Frequent culture events organized by Czechoslovak Youth Union students committees did not help either. In the 60s, the Czechoslovak Youth Union even approved of tramping and stood up for students having long hair that resembled members of the English band, the Beatles. All of this despite the slight disapproval of the Central Committee of the Communism Party. The influence of the West and political emancipation had a significant impact on the Czechoslovak society, and the students no longer wanted to remain in the communism organization. Hence, they sought other movements and associations. Ultimately, 18 independent apolitical children and youth associations came into existence, and the Czechoslovak Youth Union lost its influence. After the invasion of the Warsaw Pact troops from 20 to 21 August in the year 1968, the Czechoslovak Youth Union's activities were restored, and it was soon renamed to the Socialist Youth Union, which exists in cooperation with the Communism Party of the Czechoslovak Republic until 1989. Thank you for your attention. Goodbye.
Hello, dear colleagues. I'm Lucia Markova from the Institute of Contemporary History of the Czech Academy of Sciences, and I would like to introduce you my research that focuses on abroad business trips of the Czech Philharmonic Orchestra in 1970 to 1989. The research take place within the project of the Center of Oral History at the Institute of Contemporary History called The Issue of Business Trips from Czechoslovakia Abroad in 1945 to 1989. The project deals with business trips from Czechoslovakia abroad from a historical perspective with interdisciplinary overlaps. Besides, it focuses on jobs that allowed employees to travel abroad on business trips, even to the countries beyond the Iron Curtain. There were only a handful of these jobs in Czechoslovakia, and one was to work in the Czech Philharmonic Orchestra, the most important Czech symphony orchestra, which the communist regime used as a shop window and an export article. These business trips were considered effective and useful not only in terms of demonstration of an excellent orchestra, but also due to economics aspect, because foreign currencies came to Czechoslovakia as well. At the same time, the orchestra was an instrument of cultural diplomacy, and through business trips fulfilled the cultural and political interests of Czechoslovakia. In the era of so-called normalization, the Czech Philharmonic Orchestra carried out dozens of concerts in the countries of Western and Eastern Bloc and visited, often repeatedly, for example, Yugoslavia, Bulgaria, GDR, West Germany, Austria, but also Japan, Switzerland, and the USA, and several other countries. These were both short-term tours lasting several days and long-term tours that took several weeks abroad. Conditions differed depending on the length of business trips, including different pros and cons. In research, I focus mainly on opportunity of traveling abroad as well as condition of business trips based on 11 oral history interviews with witnesses, members of the Czech Philharmonic Orchestra who took part in tours at the mentioned period. And in my presentation, I try to summarize the most interesting points from the interviews. The first area I will be focusing on is the advantages and disadvantages of business trips from the musician point of view. Due to the limited possibilities of traveling from Czechoslovakia abroad, trips themselves and the opportunity to visit Western countries were among the chief advantages. Musicians perceive differences between Eastern and Western countries quite intensively. They have seen shops full of different goods, goods which were not available in Czechoslovakia, and they experienced a sense of freedom. At the same time, they perceived the different behavior of people who lived in Western countries. In musician opinions, people were warmer and friendlier in the West than in the Czechoslovakia, where people were grumpy and sullen. However, their opinion could be idealized, especially due to the general euphoria of being able to visit Western countries. For them, the countries beyond the Iron Curtain were, in principle, a better world, where people were happier. They highlighted gloss and different smell of these countries. But these memories were very nostalgic, as is evident from the different way they currently perceive this destination, which could be seen in the citation on slide. Another advantage was a possibility to import rare goods not available in Czechoslovakia. For example, it was the cosmetics like a hairspray, or some clothes like a fabric for a suit, pullover, clothes for wife like some dress, shoes or nylons, and also an electronic, high quality electronic from Japan, mainly TVs and cameras. In order to buy these goods, they had to sacrifice some personal comfort, since they usually bought them using money saved from the meal funds, so-called diets. Instead of eating in restaurants, they ate in fast foods, cook at hotel rooms, or at cooked food from home. As a horn player, as you can see on citation, in citation on slide. They could also use diet saving after returning Czechoslovakia. They had to return any surpluses to the designated official, but after the obligatory taxation, they were refunded either in Czechoslovak crowns or in Tuzex vouchers. Tuzex was a chain of retail outlets and that sold foreign goods in exchange for foreign currencies, or specially used vouchers called bony in Czech. Czechoslovak crowns were not accepted. So the musician used vouchers to buy, for example, washing machine or cars. At the same time, the import of goods was one of the disadvantages of business trips. Despite the fact they could buy the items abroad very cheaply, there was a risk they would have to pay a duty higher than the original purchase price of the item when transporting them to Czechoslovakia. In the archival materials, there are even requests from the director of the orchestra for a remission of duty for some participants of tours, because duty was several times higher than the price of items. He argued orchestra brought a large profit to the state. So to avoid paying duties, musicians hid the goods in their suitcases or the instrument boxes. For musicians, crossing the borders meant trouble, ubiquitous baggage screening, and as they said, it meant also humiliation. At the same time, illegal transport of the items meant endangered tours or even bound to participate on the business trips, as you can see in citation on slide. So why did they do it? What was their motivation? The interview revealed that importing things they partially compensated their several weeks absences from their family. Long-term tours meant 2 months away from home, and it required a huge tolerance from their loved ones. Moreover, the contact with their families was complicated during tours, especially those the orchestra were constantly moving. The contact with the family was maintained sporadically. They sent a few letters. Phone calls were rare, since it was difficult to match the time for a call due to the difference in time zones, and there was not much privacy for the calls, as said one of the members of orchestra. It wasn't a sole disadvantage. The next one was discomfort associated with travel and accommodation. The Czech Philharmonic traveled by bus, by train, or a long distance. They traveled by plane. They often moved during the tours as well. The long crossing was often criticized by the musician. Crossing in the USA was considered as the worst. They traveled by bus between individual states, and the journey took several hours. The best one was the Japan tour, where they traveled by Shinkansen. The transfer were further complicated by the size of the orchestra, about 120 people. And due to a large number of people, the orchestra was not accommodated together in one hotel. At the same time, and due to the finances, they were accommodated in pairs. Only the person over 50 years old and the concert masters had a single room. Accommodation in pairs was one of the biggest drawbacks of the tours by the witnesses' opinion. Everyone had a different lifestyle or daily routine and different duty according to his instrument as well. So it was a big problem, and the situation had begun to get better after 1989. The second or the last area associated with the business trips of the Czech Philharmonic Orchestra that I would like to present you is the question of emigration. The opportunity of going on business trips abroad created a relatively easy way to escape from the Republic. Based on individual narration, we can divide narrators into two groups: those who consider emigration, but they didn't do it, and those who did not think about it. Despite the differences between the groups, they have one thing in common, and it was the reason why they did not emigrate. The main motivation was family, because families did not travel with musicians, so if they emigrated, they had to leave their wives, children, parents, and this was strongly emphasized in the interviews. Also, contacts with immigrants also contributed to the desire to return home, despite the fact that they were doing well in the new country. They missed home when they met their compatriots. From the interview, I found out that another reason for not emigrating beside the family was simply being part of the Czech Philharmonic Orchestra, which in itself was an achievement and privilege. In my opinion, this reason was absolutely crucial. Something similar something similar was observed with the ship transportation. Despite this job had a few disadvantages, it was undoubtedly very specific, and I dare say even prominent for several reasons. The first one was the opportunity to travel abroad, which brought several benefits. The second reason was the financial remuneration. The musician evaluated their wages as average, but they got fees from live broadcasts of foreign concerts and recordings. Both represented a relatively distant extra income from the time. And the last reason was they work at the Czech top orchestra. From a career point of view, there was nothing more for musician that was evident from the description of the everyday life of a profession. If they left it, they would have to start from scratch. At the same time, all the mentioned benefits provided them decent living standard and made the life in Czechoslovakia more bearable. Despite that, some of the musicians emigrated. So, to summarize my short contribution, generally, we can say the musicians were aware of their privileged position or profession, thanks to which they could travel abroad and into Western countries. The travel difficulties like discomfort and loss of privacy were compensated by the opportunity to explore new countries, new worlds, and their living conditions. A decent standard of living and appreciation of work in the orchestra and their families was a strong reason to stay in Czechoslovakia. So thank you for your attention and have a nice day.
Good morning or afternoon or whatever time is it right now. First, thanks to the organizers for the opportunity to present my contribution here. And in my contribution, I will deal with the position and use of the Forecasting Institute of the Czechoslovak Academy of Sciences, in Czech Prognostický ústav, in the memory of the communist and post-communist past, in the grand narrative of the founding moment of the Velvet Revolution, with connection to the post-communist transformation, especially to the so-called betrayed revolution. I drew inspiration from the approach of James Krapfel and subsequently from the works of Hayden White and Northrop Frye. According to White, I consider 4 different archetypical types of emplotment: romance, tragedy, comedy, and satire. The meaning of the story is then determined by a type of story which is told. Just only by assigning the story a certain structure, the story is already explained in a way. The choice is most of the time not conscious and thus speaks also about political and moral values. First, a short summary: why is the Forecasting Institute even remembered? It was an attempt from both parts of academia and politics to support their reformist visions in the 80s. It was established in 1984. It was also perceived by the public as something extraordinary, because how can something which was established by the highest levels of the communist regime be a voice of such fierce critique? Then its function as a reservoir of elites, and not only high-profile members of the Czech communist regime, but also future members of the post-communist elite and people connected to Czechoslovak descent. Its evolution in 1993 and its history after 1990 is practically not remembered, so we see that even the memory of the post-communist past returns in this aspect only to the moment of foundation in 1989. The history of its ultimate failure after 1990 is in this context of different development not worth remembering. Even if the transformation to which it was critical is also perceived critically today, the Institute was and is strongly connected to the persons who carried out the transformation, and not otherwise to the quote-unquote losers. Already before November 1999, the Institute broke into public awareness. Especially its director, Walter Komárek, had critical articles in newspapers and could be even seen debating on screen in the Czechoslovak television. Its main output, the General Prognosis, was read in the Radio Free Europe. The General Prognosis also circulated in certain spheres, but this was very limited. The Institute and its outputs are also discussed in the samizdat newspaper Lidové noviny. And the Institute is even attacked in the magazine of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, but then it is allowed to defend itself in a reply. So there was some knowledge with which the Institute could be incorporated into the grand narrative of the revolution and subsequent development already in 1989 and 1990. Now I will analyze how the Institute fits in the grand narrative of the revolution and the last 30 years, and what has changed during those 30 years, and how the focus and position has shifted, especially in the romantic story of the Czech Republic. I will show that I see the Forecasting Institute as an important plot device for the story of the betrayed revolution. After November 1989, the Institute is first seen inside of the romantic narrative as a part of the heroic attempt to overthrow the vile communist regime. The heroes from the Institute join the other ones in the civic forum and win. But this unified grand narrative splits already in 1990, as was shown by James Krapfel. I will divide my attention to the narrative of the winners and of the defeated, as seen predominantly in the romantic, satiric, or tragic emplotment. It is also part of the reconciliatory comedic narrative. This is especially the kind of emplotment which the former employees always use when they talk about the Institute, in the way of, yes, we maybe all had our differences, but we had a fun time and did what we wanted to in a nice environment and could travel. They apparently can't completely denounce the Institute they worked in, even if they otherwise construct the story of the last 30 years as a romantic story. In this case, it is just a comedic intermission or subplot in a romantic story. This comedic emplotment is also typical for critical writing, even if it's something between ironic comedy and comedic satire. but there are almost none texts written by experts, historians on the Institute, and on the contrary, some historians support the conspiracy theories, not directly, but by claiming it was very suspicious and the conspiracy can never be disproved. So I focus on texts not written by the employees or historians. The Institute is quite shortly expelled from the Romantic narrative. The Institute opposed the transformation route of its former employees, and a prominent liberal magazine, Respect, printed an article already in 1990 that disqualified the Institute for being involved with the communist regime because it worked for it, and that it did not denounce every aspect of the regime. This is sadly similar to the debate we are living today. This exclusion can be seen in almost an archaeology of silence when one tries to search for mentions of the Institute in the Romantic narrative. In the 90s, there is almost none attention given to the role of the Institute, and during the 2000s, very little. The burden of heroism stands just on the shoulders of its former employees who carried out the transformation. Even in the 2000s, the very few mentions are at first direct reactions which confirm the expulsion from the Romantic story, and first indications which try to incorporate experience from the narrative of the defeated. The satirical and tragic emplotment, I would describe the grand story as an ironic tragedy, as the hegemonic romantic liberal narrative starts slowly losing ground. This ironic tragedy of the defeated is closely connected with anti-communism. The anti-communism of the defeated was and is fiercely aggressive and exclusive, seeing the communist threat behind every defeat and thus having the need to expel perceived communists, which are nearly irredeemable from everywhere where felt necessary, from time, space, and sometimes even from life. In contrast to this anti-communism of the winners was first formulated as anti-communism of distance. The hegemony of the winners did allow for condescending marginalization, knowing that the communism or perceived communism does not pose a threat. This starts to change around 2003, as shown by Ondřej Slačálek. Adopting the anti-communism of the defeated, the exclusivist one, the more the liberals are losing hegemony. It drew on the only story which was constructed about the Institute aside the stories told by its employees, the ironic tragedy of the defeated. As the defeated of the revolution and the transformation, they saw the post-1989 development as either a communist plot, which was prepared and executed by the employees of the Institute and the dissidents, or that the communists have used and hijacked the November situation for their own gain and or made a deal that exchanged political power for economic. It was painting a picture that we cannot ever fully understand what has really happened and the unavoidable eternal return of the ever same in the communist structures, which the small man is powerless against. The story has many variations. The best known is the analysis of November 17th by Miroslav Dolejší or the Operation Golgotha. It's best seen in the newspaper of Petr Cibulka, which attributed a lot of space to articles about the Institute trying to find a reason why their just cause did not manage to win. The bleak picture of secret agents who either controlled the employees or the employees themselves were agents who were taking advantage of the People's Revolution or were even just carrying this well thought out plan. There's a justification for being on the currently losing side of history. The proponents of the Romantic narrative later appropriated this story or its parts, which were coined already in the beginning of the 90s, in their search for culprits of the loss of the post-1989 hegemony, incorporating tragic or satirical subplots, which would explain development deemed unnatural, as it is easier to search for faults in the other and not oneself. This is seen in rising attention in liberal media, especially after 2014, culminating in 2019 with whole article series in 2 liberal newspapers focused on the Institute. This is in sharp contrast to the silence in 2009, The recurring themes can be also attributed to the mode of work of most of the newspapers, taking over and sometimes outright stealing previously published texts. But as almost nobody focused on the Institute before, aside from the side of the defeated, they were forced to take over information from the side of the defeated and reinforcing the point of view that the game was rigged from the start. Even when not fully embracing the tragic side of how the former structures just change codes and are following their plan, the ironical remark is that we can really never know what happened and if someone is a KGB agent 30 years serving Russia or not is offering solace in the face of losing political hegemony. There are also many niveaus and levels of how this story is structured. Some liberal newspapers are also not so strictly going and adhering to the satirical implotment or a satirical subplot of the Institute. I tried to summarize my paper in a very general summary, leaving out some fun examples and a lot of concrete quotations. Time is relentless. I'm looking forward to our discussion. Thank you for your attention.
Good morning or good day. My name is Radoslava Semanová, and I will present today Freedom during Late Socialism and today the perspective of Trumps. Generally, I am interested in the relation of power and resistance in the period so-called normalization in Czechoslovakia, that is since the end of the 60s till the end of 80s of 20th century. In this presentation, I will focus my attention on a particular paradox of contrasting perspective on totalitarian and liberal power. This paradox is constituted through the fact that narratives of power in everyday life of the people tend to blur the unproblematic distinction between the totality as subversive power and the liberal democracy as the system with a liberating potential. Too often the narrators tend to depict condition of normalization as more free than the condition of liberal democracy. At first, I'm going to explain what the Trumping subculture is. Then I'm going to present my basic theoretical premises concerning the issue of power and contention in Czechoslovakia during normalization throughout everyday life of Trumps. I will constitute my presenting the methodology of my analysis, present its results, and come to the conclusion. Trumps have primarily preferred spending their free time in the nature, hayfields, forests, fields. There they used to have their favorite places, or they just used to hike or wander the country and slept outside. The freedom in their narratives tends to be connected to possibilities of the free movement in the forests. Some narratives related to politics in a narrow sense, but some to personal relationships, freedoms of movements, available information and technology as internet or social media, a sense of comfort, nostalgic memories, age, time, and many others. Politically speaking, normalization means consolidation. The regime limited physical violence to marginalized and non-conforming individuals, groups of members of subcultures, against whom the use of violence was acceptable for majority. During late socialism era, everything different was suspected. and in everyday life, the private sphere was accepted as a part of political life, including hairstyles, clothes, music, books. One of the main points raised by scholars and commentators such as Havel, Pullman, Šimečka and others is that the totalitarian regime cannot work if there is no participation of the mainstream of society. The mainstream participate partly due to a constant threat of obstructionism. People would lose their jobs or other privileges if they didn't conform everyday monitoring by state and informants. I have considered qualitative interviews with current or ex-terms. I analyze my data by historical discourse analysis approach of Ruth Wodak. I focus my attention on 5 Wodak's basic questions connected with 5 basic discourse strategies: nomination, predication, argumentation, perspectivization, and intensification. In this presentation, I focus on the most notable discursive strategies used in relation to everyday meaning and practice of freedom. These strategies I classify to the categories according to themselves. The table shows how my interviews constructed the meaning of their personal freedom. It is just a part of my analysis. Strategies of creating personal freedom are close or even similar to resistance strategies. We can see that in categories without planning and anonymity. There were resistance strategies or self-protection. I think that these strategies are characterized to Trump movement in general and do not need to be connected primarily to self-protection. But in its results, it was a successful strategy as protection against bullying from various officials, for example, the police. Trumps were normally according to not only police or state security service, but also to people from majority. These and courts might have been either conflictual or cooperational. Often these accords provided the means for self-identification and positions against the majority. Categories as tourists or scouts, Mughals, means people from majority, provide means for a collective self-identification against the other subculture or majority. On the other hand, Trumps often cooperated with the forest guards, soldiers and others. Some of the members of forest guards or soldiers were Trumps too. This way, Trumping was spread throughout the state system by way of sympathetic officials or archive participant in subculture on various administrative positions. The table, furthermore, shows the duality between late socialism and today liberal democracy. These categories are connected to politics and socio-economic conditions. New technologies as internet, powerful internet, as saying my informators, create conditions that make things easier. On the other hand, however, they complicate the situation. They generate so many options that they urge users to make a plan, needs to have a control over the situation, its time course, and other aspects. One of my narrators, therefore, characterized contemporary tramping against the tramping in the past as something between Trump tourist style. The difference lies in more planning and less spontaneity nowadays than the in the past. Creating the space of freedom in the forest, in the company of other trams, and whatever where the control seems to be lacking in close to resistance strategies like ignoring or refusing rules, anonymity, and dualism, private versus public. Freedom for members of the Trump movement is mostly important in the terms of the possibility to freely stay and move in nature. Forest was a place where there was, in most cases, not police or security or state security service. Late socialism has simple rules and did not provide numerous options to choose. Decisions making was easier. Liberal democracy creating too many options for too many situations that may be experienced as non-freedom conditions for Trump's movement members, conformism, and new conflicts. Dualism for feel free or not is possibly connected to nostalgia of young age of Trumps during late socialism, 14 or to 25 young people and not married without children, and today minorities are around 50s to 90s years old people. Thank you for your attention, and I'm looking for your question during the discussion. Unfortunately, I have a lot of data, but only 10 minutes for presentation.
Thank you for the presentations. They were all really interesting, showing us the life or the remembrance of some niches or some social groups living in the second half of the 20th century. And I would like to give the word to Adam Wiesner, our colleague from the Institute of Ethnology and Social Anthropology, to moderate this discussion.
Thank you, Luba, and hello again. So allow me to welcome and introduce our today's guest. All of them are PhD candidates. So welcome Monika Suková, student from the Department of Social Sciences at the Faculty of Education, Palacký University in Olomouc. Luboš Studený, student from the Faculty of Arts, Charles University in Prague. And a student and a colleague of mine, Radka Stamanová, from the Institute of Ethnology and Social Anthropology of the Slovak Academy of Sciences in Bratislava. So welcome all, and thank you for your interesting presentations. I would like to start with a question that we have on our Slido application. The first question, I see, Luba, you left a comment, so maybe it would be better if I give you a word so that you can comment directly.
I'm actually writing a question that is connected with the comment, but okay. Okay, thank you. It was like thank you for the presentation and showing the collective memory of different subgroups created by the single memories of the members. And I found it in my own research that perceiving themselves as being something different seems to be the kind of remembrance strategy of coping with the past. I also I made a institutional memory of one publishing house in Bratislava, and they also said, okay, we did what we could, and it was really free for us because we were different, and the publishing house was different as all the other publishing houses. So did you also find something similar in your research? Maybe that's a question for all of you.
So whoever wants to start.
Nobody?
Nobody? Vydrž.
Maybe if you can, Luba, just summarize what, if it's a specific question for any of the participants.
No, it was just that if you think that this is the coping strategy, just to perceive the group you are working with as something special, something different than the others. Was the Forecasting Institute other or different in a kind of, or no? Do the members of the Forecasting Institute remember their working place as being special, being something that,
yes.
Yeah, so that was
definitely.
And the question was if all of you have the same, let's say, idea about this coping strategy.
Luboš, maybe would you like to comment briefly on that?
I will start if the others don't.
Thank you.
And they most definitely do, as I told about the experience and the narrative, the comedic emplotment they use when they talk about the Institute is something special for them, something different from their previous workplaces, which allowed them a lot of freedom and doing what they wanted and to travel. And they really value this experience and try to fight against the visions which would paint them in a like adhering to communist ideology or something like that. They try to distance the institute, which was inside of the framework of the Academy of Sciences and very official institution, right? And try to distance them from the communist regime and trying to paint it like it was something which was not involved with the communist might.
I see that on Slido we have more questions for other participants, so maybe I will also ask Monika. Monika Suková, there's a question for you. Let me read it. Your presentation covers an important topic of forming the youth generation through what perhaps nowadays is considered to be heavily ideologized propaganda. How is it reflected in your research and data you collected, perhaps interviews that were made?
Thank you for a question. It's true that of this were official activities of students, which was influenced by the communism regime, and it also admitted in my work. I want to show on the example of the Czechoslovakian Union, how the communism Euro regime influenced youth movements and education in general. We can see that that these events had a recurring tendency to agitate to students to enjoy the Youth Union and work for the Communism Party. Simply, the Czechoslovak Youth Union creates events to in such a way to inspire students and arouse their interest for the Communism Party. And about archival materials, archival materials are of course ideological colored, but it's true easier to clean them from ideology when we use private archival materials of narrators. I'm sure narrates, but also matter of meetings of Czechoslovak Youth Union is really interesting. This matter are immediate and true and real, and it really shows how it went in this organization.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I will continue with the questions from Slido for Radka now. Is there a difference, Sonia Luterová is asking, is there a difference in personal motivations for tramping when we compare the current members of the movement and during the late socialism?
I don't think so. It's different in the motivation. I think it is different in the condition, of like age, possibility to travel and others. But I think that tramps are going to the nature for still same results, and it is because of feeling free to be with friends and having nice time. Mm-hmm. And doing tramping, of course, the wandering in the nature.
Mm-hmm. There is one more question for you from Otopolocek. Did your narrators talk about politics? My narrator said tramping is naturally non-political. Politics is only limiting tramping from outside. They said it was forbidden to talk about politics in the campfire. How is your experience?
I have a few experience with that, and one of them is the tramps speaking about the politics in the nature. And but it was older tramps as from late socialism. It was tramps from the beginning of 60s years, and they after normalization emigrated to Canada, New Zealand, Australia, and others countries, and they talking about the politics, and they are on the potluck and. When they were in the fire forest, close to fire. Mm. But others are talking about that like they are not interested about the politics. They accepted the situation, but the tramping was overruled, and it was important why they're going to the forest. And they are talking about the jokes. They did politics jokes, cage jokes, as they call it. So that's answer if it's okay.
Okay, thank you. Luboš, I have another question for you from Luba. She's wondering what might be the reason for the different development in Slovakia and Czech Republic related to the Institute of Forecasting of the Czechoslovak Academy of Sciences. If you could comment on that.
That's an excellent question, and it requires basically a very long answer because it coincides with broad trends in the development of Czech and Slovak Republic, right?
You have 2 minutes.
To be short, there are like two main reasons. One is, and they are connected to each other. One is a financial one, because the Czech Academy of Sciences was under very big financial pressure. Their budget was cut like almost 2/3 in 3 years. And they were trying to find where to find some places where to save money. And the second reason, they were searching for the places where to save money, which were not deemed adequate for the development in the new democratic, free republic and Academy of Sciences. The institute was connected in the eyes of the leadership of the academy with the previous regime, with the highest level, and it was established on not on direct order, but the academy established it on the direct order of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, right? And even though most of the institutes changed very much, or the directors changed, and especially social sciences and humanities in this aspect, they changed out of employees, etc. The Forecasting Institute was very stable, as they deemed that even before November '89, they were like painting like they were fighting the regime. They were trying to reform it and make it more democratic. So they didn't see the need to make drastic changes. and this was seen as very inappropriate for the new development. And also, as we see in the Slovak example, I imagine there was some, I don't know the financial situation of the Slovak Academy of Sciences, but I imagine there was also need to save some money, but it was not deemed necessary to cut these institutes because there was not so much pressure to not punish, but to sideline the previous experts, which were still deemed relevant for the new order. An example with the development after 1970, there was much more strict development in the Czech part of Czechoslovakia than in the Slovak, and I think that's the similar development.
Thank you. Perhaps Luba, Monica, if you want to comment on that, or if you have had any additional question.
No, thank you.
Oh, thank you. I am fine. If you have some, there is no another question on Slido, I see.
I have one more question for Monika Sukova, maybe if we still have time.
Yeah.
Go on.
Wanted to ask you about, or maybe it's actually a question for all of you, but maybe I was inspired mostly by your presentation. What do you think about the personification of the regime, and how is it reflected in your research? Like maybe in the materials that you collected, is the regime personified as something like lively, dynamic that basically does the thing? I don't know whether all of you here who are here have this experience with particular of this, but I was inspired by your presentation, Monika. So maybe if you can briefly comment on that.
Thank you for a question. It's true that when some students can go on some events, which was organized by the communism by Czechoslovak Youth Union, they write some list of names, and then they ask them where they was, why they don't went on this event, some real reason for this event, where they was. It was for them really important that they have on this event many students. It showed that events are important and interesting, and when somebody boycott it, it showed that they have some problem with the regime.
With the regime, okay. Thank you, Radka. I don't know, maybe if you have a similar experience in your research.
It is two worlds: the regime worlds, where it's everyday life, you're going to work, to school, and the worlds of tramping and in nature. And where my informators talking about the socialism, it is very interesting because some of them talking about that it's pure evil, and some of them are talking about that it wasn't so bad, it was even better, maybe like here, like today. And it is that compare what is freedom today and freedom in the during socialism, late socialism era. So it is very interesting topic for me, and I will continue with research.
Thank you. Maybe a word to the studio if we still have time to discuss.
It's actually already the lunch break. We are 5 minutes over the time, but if there's something burning that you can't hold in your head, then please go on.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to say that we had a question on Slido for Lucia Markova, who unfortunately couldn't join our discussion today. So maybe we can send the question through email. Anyway, thank you very much, all of you, for your interesting presentation and also for this lively discussion. And I give word back to the studio.
Yeah. Me. Thank you, Adam, for moderating this discussion. It was really fruitful, I think. And now is the lunch break. Please enjoy your lunch and come back at 1 p.m. We will have a round table with closing notes, and the discussion will be open through Slido application for everybody who will be interested to give a comment or question. So stay with us.
And we will also give some information about the possibility of publication, the papers that were presented here at the conference. So please continue watching us if you would like to have more information then. Enjoy your lunch. Bye. Hello, back again. I hope you had a nice lunch and have a lot of energy now to follow and to join our discussions and the roundtable we would like to sum up somehow, round up the whole 3 days. They were really full of interesting papers, discussions, and all of us gained new ideas also for our own research, I hope. I would like to introduce our foreign guests first. We will start with Professor Milena Benovská-Sapková, Professor of Anthropology from the Southwest University in Blagoevgrad. Hello, Milena, and welcome to our panel.
Hi, thank you.
And I forgot my phones as well. And our second dear guest from Ukraine, Professor Gelina Dagrinchenko, Professor of History from the Karazin National University in Kharkov, our keynote speaker from the first day. And then, of course, Monika Vrzgulova, my dear colleague from the Institute of Ethnology and Social Anthropology from the Slovak Academy of Sciences in Bratislava, as well as Sonia Luterová from the same Sonia Djarfaš. Projects and introduce yourself a little bit, just for a few minutes, please.
You decided to start with my shoot.
Yes, you started the whole conference, so.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much for inviting me for this roundtable. And if we are starting from our current researches, so I'll give a little information, short information about one of my current researches, because I do have several. That is the biggest one, connected with oral history, with dealing with interviews. And the title of my current research is War, People and Catastrophe in the Oral Histories of Survivors and Witnesses. So here, catastrophe, that is, I'm talking about, I'm researching the memory about Holocaust in Ukraine. And this project is the part of my future monograph, where I am trying to sum up my experience and dealing with discussions. It's not good with the sound?
Yeah, maybe we could ask you to switch off the sound from your computers or laptops. So we don't have the echo.
First, we will start with Milena.
Because I heard my voice now.
We all hear your voice.
Yes.
Why?
Hello, Milena, and welcome to our panel.
I'm going to switch off my computer entirely, okay? What about now?
Yeah, perfect. Now we don't have the echo.
It was my computer, okay.
It's fine. Okay, Gelina, please continue.
Okay, may I continue? Okay, thank you. This is the part of my big future monograph. I hope that I will finish it. The monograph is dedicated to the oral history of Ukrainian 20th century, and the part devoted to the memory about Holocaust, that is the biggest, that is the central part of this monograph. Of course, that is not especially about communist past, that is the voice once again is not good to hear me. Oh.
No, it's fine.
It's fine.
Okay,
we hear you. Excellent.
Okay.
We hear your, Lubka, we hear your recording again. So someone has it on again.
Yeah, we don't hear that, so maybe try to. That's funny that we didn't have this problem during the whole conference, and now the final hour seems to be somehow enchanted. So, please just check again whether your sound of your devices is off.
It's okay now.
So it was you, Sonia, now, or okay?
I don't think so, but it stopped.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
My devices all are off and
perfect.
Because when
Kalina,
someone,
the third, you have the third chance now to continue.
Please. Okay. So once again, that is the part of the big monograph, the central chapter devoted to the memory about Holocaust in Ukraine. I'm trying to put my the interviews, the analysis of interviews inside two main contexts. So the first one is about the Holocaust remembrance in the Soviet time and the Holocaust remembrance in the independent Ukraine. About the Soviet time, that is probably the biggest part to deal with, because I'm trying to investigate the dynamics of the formation of how to think and how to talk about the things which were mostly forbidden for talking and for investigation. Then the Holocaust remembrance in contemporary Ukraine, it's an interesting topic too, because it was built from the very beginning, from the empty place. So how it was built, through what stages it was going. I'm proposed to look on this development inside two main stages from 1991, from the beginning of independence until 2004. For me, that is a period of transition from the Ukrainian SSR to the independent Ukraine and the so-called stabilization of the post-Soviet order. And then from 2004 until 2013 and 14, that is the period of escalating crisis and of the collapse of post-Soviet system. That is quite another sphere of my interest, because the situation was a little bit other and the things in memory politics were changing. So to work with this topic, I choose to work with two main groups of interviews. So the first are interviews which are already written. So the project which is going on now, we are conducting the interviews with those who survived Holocaust, who can talk about that something when he was very young man or woman. So this current project is going now on the territory of the whole Ukraine. We do have around 700 of interviews right now. So that is the big amount of interviews for the future investigation. And what I have already done, that is the great number of interviews too, which were recorded 20 years ago. That was the middle of 90s. That was the initiative of the Shoah Foundation Visual Archive, that is so-called Spielberg project. Probably you know about that. That is the very great amount of interviews about those who survived the Holocaust and war on the territory of Ukraine. The amount of interviewers, that is around 3,000. So all these interviews are in Los Angeles in this archive. But probably you know that there are certain points in Europe where you can get the access to these interviews and to work with them. So what I'm doing, I am trying to compare the interviews which were written 20 years ago, this interviews, contemporary interviews. That is very interesting process. And for me, the starting point for research, I will mention only 3 points that are very, very crucial importance for me. These starting points, methodological points, are based on the work of, as I think, brilliant, the best oral historian, Alessandro Portelli. And so what he's talking about, that is that oral history tells us less about events than about their meaning. That is first starting point. Then I like this citation very much. I will read it. So oral sources tell us not just what people did, but what they wanted to do, what they believed they were doing, and what they now think they did. So if we try to separate all these 3 presuppositions, I think that there is, and it appears, a lot of opportunities for the investigation and for interpretation. Then for me, I think that what narrators believe is indeed the historical fact, the fact that people believe it, as much as the event that really happened. So that's why for me, oral history do not exist. And even if some statements are mistaken, of course, they are psychologically true for the speakers, and therefore they are very important as a factually reliable account. So that is starting points for me, that there are no false oral histories, that even if we are finding some things which could be considered as mistakes, so they are truths, and we should work with them. And I will tell you only the three questions with which I am working, and probably that will be enough for my short introduction about what I am doing, but it will show you the direction in which I am working and what I am doing. So that is these three questions form the first block, the block for narrative analysis. So I'm working with this block with the tools of classical narrative analysis. So the first question is, how does the interviewee inscribe his or her experience of genocide and persecution into the overall structure of the autobiography? So that is, where, at which moment, and by what means does she or he articulate and thereby transmit this experience? The second big question is, which temporal and topical patterns did interviewee select in order to integrate his or her experience, life experience, within the framework of the single narrative? So in other words, what are the thematic priorities, what are the main plot lines, what are motifs of stories, as well as the narrator's place within their narratives? And finally, that is my favorite question for today: who are the main heroes and anti-heroes of these oral histories, and what are they doing? So what are the characteristics of people involved in their stories? So what they do, what are the evaluation of their deeds, and so on and so forth. So one of the things which I noticed, that the very famous Holocaust triad, perpetrators, victims, and bystanders, we could add to this triad another stable characters, helpers, and traitors. And I think that they could make this triad more broad for their understanding how the narratives about Holocaust structure the autobiography narrative of this or that interviewer. Probably I think that that's all for the introduction of what I'm doing, because the results are very raw right now. I am to put them into the several theses, and if I'll get the questions, of course, I will talk about that, but that's all for what I'm doing and what I'm investigating now.
Thank you, Galinada. Thank you very much. And we're looking forward to read the book then when it's ready.
I hope to write it too.
And may I ask you, Milena, now if you could tell us something about your current adventures in the research? Yes.
Okay, it's going to be a bit more complicated than the colleagues' account. Actually, I have worked very intensively. What happened here? Okay, I worked intensively on the anthropology of socialism during the period of 2001-2002 until 2008. And I have written quite large amount of texts. It's like a volume comparable with a book, but it's still different chapters. It's not made a whole thing. It's not made a monolithic monograph. And then I had to put it somehow on standby, because I started dealing with my project on Russian Orthodoxy. And at the end of the day, I completed and almost consider it published my book, Orthodox Revivalism in Russia. Driving forces and moral quests. So actually I somehow remained in the period. I mean that I remained a post-socialist question of religious revivalism are deeply related to the socialist period. And I also worked on autobiographical methods. I would not call it oral history, because there is a difference. I collected certain amount of autobiographical interviews. Some of them are consciously meant to be like confessions. They were actually confessions. I'm not a priest, but I had to hear confessions. So here I can say that socialist experiences remained crucially important, and they shape post-socialist religious experiences. So I remained connected to this period of time. While the last thing I have written on socialism was about the complaints of the citizens. Actually, while working on the anthropology of socialism projects, I discovered quite large large body of archival materials, which pay attention should have been abolished, because according to the law of archives of Bulgaria, they have to be kept for 5 years, but they survived for 65 years and they are still here. So it's quite a body, like 2,000-3,000 of pages. It was quite difficult because I still didn't have technical equipments, and I was rewriting, typing, whatever you can imagine, but I have this amount of documents that could be compared with the interviews I collected. During these projects, I collected 50 exactly autobiographical interviews, and this is a body of documents also. So complaints of the citizens, why are they so important? In my case, they were all from the period of 1944 up to 1958. So they reflect the process of collectivization of agricultural land and the large application of violence during that process of time. So I'm not going to tell you about this article. It's published in English in a collection of articles which was published in my country, in Bulgaria, but it was in English by all means. So this is the last thing I used to work on socialism, but I think it's crucial for the understanding of the character of power under socialism. First and second, for the understanding of the significance of the first period of socialism, so-called early socialism. So no matter how much it softened in 1960s and 70s, and especially in 80s, it still was put in the frame of this, possibility of being to be repressed, and the possibility of repression was there all the time. I can say this as a daughter and granddaughter of persons who were political prisoners, by the way. So this was my job, and I intend to publish all this after I completed Russian book. I intend to come back and to publish these things, maybe by myself, maybe with the help of two other colleagues with whom we could complete a more significant body of research. If you want to ask me something, I can add something more. But I don't want to bother with long speeches.
No, it is another work of you. We are looking forward to read then. And congratulations to your new book, of course.
Thank you.
And maybe
just want to add something. I'm sorry. I have forgotten to say something which is important. During the period of time I worked on these socialist projects, I mostly worked on the social relations. Formal and informal, like kinship, clientelism, corruption, friendship, and the whole problem of modernization is, how to put it, overarching notion to understand the socialism as a whole. Socialist project could not be understood without the notion of modernization. So that was my research. I was eager to say more about the complaints, but actually the previous stages of my work were, and this is the whole thing about the social relations.
Yes, which
transformations of social relations.
Which are the most interesting things to explore probably for anthropologists or cultural social anthropologists. Okay, now I would like to give the floor to Monika Vrglova to introduce yourself, please.
So yeah, I will do it briefly. Actually, I am involved for years in research of the memory of non-democratic regimes in Slovakia. It means the World War II Ludak regime and the communist regime. And I am doing my research with the oral history method, not only, but mostly. And now I am a leading person of research project where all my nice colleagues are my partners in the research, and we are focused on autobiographies of people who lived under communist regime in Slovakia, and one of our aims or ambitions is to create an oral history archive in our institute. I finished a book with my colleague Peter Salner. It should be published next month about Holocaust remembrance politics under the communist fall. And now I try to move to the communist period and reflection of this period. And my partners in research are people who were teachers during communist regime, and they interested me as a professional group who was under ideological pressure and control in that time, and how they recollect their professional and private life in their biographies. So this conference is one of the outputs of our research project. And we plan to bring together academics from who are doing the fieldwork in this topic. And to prepare this online conference was really adventure for me, and I think also for all my colleagues. And I must say today that a positive one. And as one of my friends used to say that only when you step outside your comfort zone, so you can get a new quality of knowledge and experience. So I must say, Madeline, you are right today. And I can start with a short reflection of the conference, my impressions that this 3-day conference presentation brought very important information to the audience, that the research focused on the construction of memories, but also discourses and images of the past under the communist regimes is in every concrete country in Central and Eastern Europe an extremely interesting but complex issue. And also the presenters were brought the variety, not only methodological, but also point of views, few disciplines. Our participants were represents history, social anthropology, ethnology, psychology, what else? Political sciences. So I think this makes sense for me to bring people who are interested in this topic from various disciplines and work slightly different maybe, but then we can observe and analyze and interpret the complex topic much more better and effective.
Yep. How did you like it, this new format? I suppose you already participated in many conferences, and this was for us it was new due to the COVID-19 experience. But maybe if you could just make a short reflection about what, in your opinion, are the advantages and disadvantages of such an endeavor. Who would like to start, Gelinada or Milena?
Okay, so I have impressions from the second and third day, because on Wednesdays I'm teaching all day long, since the morning until the evening. So I missed the first day, but actually I could hear the presentation by Michal Buchowski. This I started with. And the rest of it. So if you take these incomplete impressions seriously, I can say the following. So let us follow the academic tradition to be critical. I do not mean criticism, but critical reflections. Actually, self-ironically, I would say that this conference somehow reflects the scientific policies of European Union, that almost all the grants go to postdocs and then to PhDs. This could be seen from your participants. So for the senior colleagues, and I'm also a senior, please teach well your students, because this is the future of our disciplines. That was a joke, of course, but so this gives additional connotation to the conference. I mean that these are people who were children or even were not born maybe under socialism, so this is their perspective. So I think this is also important. Who speaks and from what perspective? For the anthropologists, at least, this is crucially important. So what about the contributions of these? Almost all of them are young people. So some of them were very mature. Of course, they had very little time, but some of them gave really meaningful presentations and succeeded to put everything in a meaningful unit, not to be fragmented at all. So actually it's quite uneven as a quality, but from the other side, as I told informally to Lubica, if you take all this all together, you will have quite valuable panoramic view of different aspects of socialism. So from documentary point of view, as document from factual point of view, it's quite valuable. Second, from the anthropological perspective, here comes my critical reflection. What puzzles me a little bit is that we somehow lost this fever of inventing new theories based on the socialist experiences. Actually, your approach as leaders and participants in this project is the only possible one, this to take it as a memory of socialism. Actually, 30 years later, for the anthropologists, there is no other option. That's true. But from the other side, we don't have to lose the opportunity to at least to try to put some efforts to give some contributions to the anthropological theory. I see that many people quote Katrin Verderi and Chris Hahn, and these were the fathers and the mothers of the anthropology of socialism. But what else? So actually, the answer is that we don't have much new with respect of the theory of the anthropology of socialism. So maybe organizers like stimulating people to send their papers for final publication, maybe they have to be encouraged to put more efforts on theoretical perspectives and to try to summarize somehow. Otherwise, all effort goes into theoretical fragmentation, at least what matters anthropology. I cannot be sure about other disciplines, of course, but actually if you take some papers, they speak about certain problems, certain things that happened under socialism, but socialism is there like a period of time and nothing about it as a political system and system of everyday life. So this is where my critical reflections go. But if we come back to the conference itself, I would say that for me it was extremely valuable, this experience with extended abstracts. Actually, extended abstract is already a summary, but they were quite informative, and that was the way for me to inform about the conference as a whole. And of course, I also followed the abstracts under the time of presentation too, to avoid misunderstandings of live hearings. So this is the second. That was quite positive experience, and I think that it's worth to be applied larger, especially in this situation with Corona and virtual conferences, in internet conferences. So what next? The next is that for me, the most important thing were the papers that gave us perspective, comparative perspective. Each paper dealt with particular country, but taken all together, they give comparative perspective of the politics of memory, and you can follow here quite clear tendency. In some country, we have clear tendency to see central politics of oblivion. Some countries, central governments follow politics of oblivion. Bulgaria is such a country. I think Russia is such a country also, and there are some others. I see in Slovakia also you don't have state museum of socialism, and in Bulgaria we have state museum, but pay attention, of socialist art. So I'm sorry, but this is a bullshit, because nobody wants to be recognized as socialist. Painter or sculptor or whatever, this is another topic. So that was a decision of the government to create museum, but of socialist art, not of socialism. Whatever type of museum was not possible, because there is a strong central government's politics of oblivion. Why so? Because in 1989, people who survived repressions were still alive, sick, mitigated, etc., but still alive. And then what could they do? They could go to revenge. Okay, that was quite possible scenario. So it started this politics to postpone and postpone and postpone, and lustration never happened. And at least in Bulgaria, we also, like similarly to Czech Republic or Slovakia, we have a law, a ban of criminal character of the communist regime. This is a law of the year of 2000, and nothing happened after that. Absolutely nothing happened. So this is, I repeat again, politics of oblivion. And that's why memory is so important notion. And I think we should continue analyzing these practices and policies and politics. So I should shut up now to give opportunity to the others. Thank you so much.
Sonia, would you like to make a direct reaction then? Sonia?
I have just a sort of follow-up question, but maybe I first let Gelinada.
No, I think
if she wants to.
If it's connected directly to Milena's ideas, maybe it would be good to have it here, and then we give the floor to Gelinada.
Okay, I have a sort of follow-up question, but it is for both actually, for Gelinada and Milena. I was thinking a lot about what we accomplished here in these 3 days and whether it was useful and to whom was it useful, in what way, actually. And in my head, it's now like a mixture of voices and well, the ways we present, remember, interpret that era, and what to take out of this. There clearly are, as Milena says, some tendencies which are the same in relation to these phenomena in these countries. But I was thinking specifically about our case, Slovak case, when this is actually the first project, like oral historical project like this in social anthropology in regard to remembering socialism. And yesterday, actually, one journalist came and she asked us, what are we doing at that conference? What is the purpose of the conference? And she started her question with a remark of a sort like, what do people actually remember? How do they remember socialism? We know that it's not, it's little outdated, this era. Is it still important? Is it still interesting? Do you remember? She said something like that. But I know that you're talking about socialism. It's a little outdated to think about socialism and to talk, should we still, to me, it seemed like, should we still research it, or is it still a reason to talk about socialism these days? So I was thinking, what is the role of academia in regard to this? Like, okay, we can analyze, we can collect all of these voices, but what to do next with it, And is it still time, for example, to try to have museum of socialism when we don't have it in Slovakia? So is it still a reasonable effort to try to have something like this here, or how we should approach this in this era to make it a useful theme of public discussion?
Well, you address this to me.
Not to all of us. I think
it's a general remark, I would say.
It's a general concern that.
Well, it's not serious to say that. Well, this is boring. It's not interesting. It's outdated, out-fashioned. So this is stupid, because post-socialism is all about socialism. Look at the development of these post-socialist countries. They all strongly depend this is the so-called path dependence, strongly depend on what happened under socialism.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And as Sonia asked the question, if we need now the Museum of Socialism, when we...
Yeah, we should have it.
Of course, we have museums of Holocaust, we have museums...
Children and grandchildren.
Yeah, I agree. This is the sign that the fact that we have not such a museum and not such state museum, it's a sign that there is no the grand narrative of the period. We are not able to create a narrative like from the perspective from above, like a policy of remembrance, but also from below, like a result of intergenerational communication. There is like no communication, there is silence, but we live the values, we somehow, which somehow are heritage of the socialism, as you said, Milena. So, yeah.
And I think should there be something? Should we try to have something like a grand narrative, or should it rather be a mosaic of course, variety of perspectives? And so, is it possible then to have something as a grand narrative?
It is so that this is challenging to prepare or to create or construct or whatever a narrative where each experience from socialism will be present. You know, this is, for me, it's challenging to create such a narrative about the Second World War and now about the socialism, like the multi-perspective view on the past. And this is, I think, really very difficult.
And that is probably also the reason why we miss this topic in the current school curricula.
Yeah.
We were talking about the young generation and about the children. They really don't know this era. Sometimes it's not really a topic in the family history, and they do not know family histories or family stories. And I think the missing grand narrative makes the state still stay in the state of oblivion Milena was talking about. That we can't have a museum if we don't have a storytelling. We don't have the story that we would like to tell. So that's why the museums are missing, and that's why the museums, they are existing, made by foreigners, and they are actually now in the power to tell the story of the socialism in Poland, in Czech Republic, and in Slovakia. So I think that it's really like they're non-experts. We didn't come to the question in discussion. There were no experts, no musea pedagogy experts somehow involved in creation these museums. That means that they are telling a story that is fragmented, which is probably normal, and it's really complicated to make this grand narrative. But without this grand narrative,
sorry for interrupting, but I've read this abstract about the museum, private museum in Prague, and I was absolutely stunned by the fact that not that the person is a foreigner, not at all. The fact is that he creates a specifically exoticized product. This is a kind of exotization. Look how funny it was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. For tourists, but yeah, it is. Yeah.
For tourists.
Yeah.
It was not funny. In other moments, it was not funny at all.
Okay. Galina,
Sorry, Galina, if you want to comment, please have word.
Yes, a little bit. I think that I absolutely support the idea of mosaic approach to what could be shown in this museum, because only one...
We pretended...
Milena had some problems with the connection, probably.
I hear you now.
Okay,
it was
perfect.
Okay.
So once again, as for me, the only single one grand narrative, that is non-fashion thing, you see, because one narrative existed in socialist time, and we know what happened because of the teaching of people according to this only one grand narrative. Of course, mosaic approach is much more better, and in my keynote talk, I talk about new formulated theoretical approach to these modes of remembering. I mean agonistic memory, yes, which include several points of view, competing points of view, but without goal to come to the common denominator. That is impossible, I think. Another thing that our talk about museums right now will not find the solution which will be very good for the every party right now. Because, you know, this memory is still alive, this memory is burning. That's why we will continue to compete with our understanding what should be there. Some funny things, as Milena have already talked, or some very serious or tragic things, or we will build this museum according around the concept of trauma. It depends. Of course, it depends on politics of memory, on those who will be involved in this process. Another question was raised here, what to do with all these oral histories which are already written, how to preserve, where to put them, what to do with them. That is, as for me, the most important question of every oral history initiative, because in Ukraine too, we have a great amount of already written oral histories. And not so much initiative of sharing the results of the project, not so much results in a form of analyzing, of proposition of some final products, I mean films or exhibitions or something like that. I think that in this situation, we should let them lay and wait, probably for the next generation of those who will research, who will look through these oral histories. Once again, I'm working with the oral histories which were written 20 years ago. Of course, it was not me who conducted these oral histories, but that is so challenging, that is so interesting to have another point of view, to have another perspective, not to be this interviewer who made this interview, but to stay a little bit far from this experience, far from these interviewers, and to take not fresh, but another point of view, another look on these memories. That is really, as for me, important, necessary, and we should make the open floor for these investigations. As for advantages and disadvantages of our conference, due to several circumstances, my obligations, of course, I was not able to see all the presentations, but I read them carefully. As an oral historian, I am absolutely happy because of one of the central place occupied by oral history method, and I think that our conference is a very good opportunity for searching probably for the future project of comparison of the memory of the socialism in post-socialist countries, in post-Soviet and post-socialist countries, namely with the method of oral history. Yes, I'm a big fan of this method, and I think that it is really time. We are a little bit far from this experience, but we continue to be involved in this experience. When I saw some presentation, when I read some presentation, I was a bit nervous because I would like to say, no, this experience was not such. I was a very young girl in this Soviet time, but all my childhood, my formative years, they were inside this Soviet time. And my reaction was, it was not so. So please ask me, make an interview with me. And I have a lot of things to share, yeah, and to tell those who can write and can formulate interesting questions. And the last point, yes, I would like fully support Milena's idea that we should work in the direction of a more theoretization, not only in anthropology, but in oral history. In oral history, yes, I will not talk about history as well, about social science. Let it be only oral history, but the approach only to retell what they were talking about, that is not good approach. That is the way to nowhere, because to retell, that is school type of thinking, and it was a little bit such a tendency in the papers, in presentations. Oh, in my interview, they were told about that. But what about your theoretical approach, your methodological approach of what you are doing with these oral histories? What is the background? Not only to go and to write some interviews, but please try to theorize, not even make a big input into the field of theory, contemporary theory, but please tell what methodology you choose when you are talking about this or that interview or this or that result. And really, the last point, that is a bit fragmentation of the socialist experience. That is my last idea, what I would like to emphasize. So probably in the papers, and once again, Milena, I absolutely support your idea that we are to teach our students probably a little bit better, for them to understand that what they are doing, that is a part of their research, that is the part of the biggest picture. the picture is much more broader, and the experience of socialism is much more broader. It's not only bad or not only good or not only concerning some political steps or something like that. That is so big and rich picture that, of course, it's very difficult to keep this picture in mind or as a background in our papers, but we are trying to do that because all experiences are very rich, and this is rich and continue, and all of us are from this experience. So we that is our past, and we are to do we are to make this past, I think, attractive for those who will learn and who will come after us and who will learn history after us. That's all.
Yes, thank you. I completely underline and agree with, because it's then mostly connected also with what Michal Bukowski said yesterday, that who has the hegemony or who is then in charge of deciding what will be told, what will be taught in the schools and so on. But I think that Adam would like to add something, or did you have a question, or was it my impression?
Basically, just wanted to comment on what was already summed up by Gelinada and by you. And for me personally, what was interesting, and I think it was evident in several of the presentations and several panels, that we have seen like a stage of competing narratives. And to my point of view, it's also interesting how it reflects how some of the context, some of the geographical context still need the other binary opposition to reflect upon, to exist. So like the nostalgia versus anti-capitalism, how they somehow compete between themselves, like between in each other, and they create the context, so they need the opposition to exist. I think this binary context were also evident in basically all of today's presentations within the panels, also about the museum. And for me, let's say the competition of grand narratives versus meta narratives, I think it's the result of the 21st century and the postmodern development of the science. Probably in the future we will see even more fragmentation, but I don't see it as a hindrance. On the other hand, I think it's very inspirational. And if we want to construct an image of something, obviously we have to take into account everyone who's observing it. So to me, I think on the other hand, it was very inspirational to see the variety of the topics. That was just my comment.
Is I'm just thinking about how to explain that to my kids, for example, then. And then when I try to tell them something about narratives and meta-narratives, they would probably look at me and, Mama, I want to know the truth, you know.
Not only to the kids, I would like to underline, because that's the problem, and that's what I was leading to with talking about the role of academia, because then the narrative and the memories about socialism are used as a political tool, or they are used in the education, and or we are asked by the media. So what was the outcome? So how is the socialism remembered? And when we tell them, well, you know, it's a mosaic of perspectives and memories and blah blah blah, and then they are like, okay, it's another academic approach, which is, you know, like
not helping us.
Yeah, and again, you know, then the whole case of museum, they will ask you, so how will the museum look like? What is your perspective? And you will tell them, well, it will be a mosaic. And they will tell you, no, sorry, but you won't have a museum like that, because, you know, like that's so easily zneužiteľné.
Misuse. It's easy to misuse. Yeah. Or abuse, maybe.
So.
Okay, we could talk about that another hour, I think, but I would like to give some space also to the questions via Slido. And I would start with one that is actually a comment. It's a question of if there is enough time for the theories in a 10 minutes long presentations, but we must try hard. So we agree that 10 minutes are not enough. Maybe this was also meant from Milena's side and from Gelinada's as the advice how to sum up the information in your papers, for example, or a longer text that will be the result of our research. But still, I remember the sentence of my PhD consultant, Professor Biterar, who told me once that, you know, Luba, if you can't describe your PhD thesis in 3 sentences, you are doing something wrong. Yeah, so much to that. And then maybe if there is a reaction from your side or about that, it's not an easy task to put the theory in a 10-minute speech, of course.
But that's like that in any theme and topic and area, right? That doesn't.
Of course.
That's not.
Yes. Or okay, maybe then another question from Slavka Očenášová. And I think this is a nice, because she has another one that we have already covered about the mosaic of narratives. And then maybe this is a nice question that everybody could answer and we can sum up. How do you foresee the research of this topic in the region of Central and Eastern Europe in future? What are the most burning tasks social scientists or scientists or scholars in humanities should undertake? So the look in the future, maybe we can finish this discussion with the look in the future.
So if you allow me, I think that the next 5 years would be crucial because generations that used to live under socialism are slowly disappearing, at least these generations that lived under early socialism. It's clear that Russia, Ukraine, these are countries where people that lived under early socialism are no more there, like 1920s, etc. But at least next 5-6 years should be, in my imagination, crucial to do something more, to give a push, to give an impetus, and at least to continue and to try hard to continue, because otherwise we are losing the perspective. Only the most conservative type of historical research would be possible, like studying documents, and that's all.
Yep. Yeah.
Because people, we are temporary here.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And yes, my idea that I have already tell you is that we are going in the direction of the big it will could be very good, a big comparative project. So I think that we have so many similarities, so many common things to summarize them and to finally to come in terms with these similarities, and finally to go further and to put this past behind us, so not to be so deeply involved in not in understanding but in surviving of socialist experience. The future is another thing that is not past, and I think that we are probably once again to compare, to sum up, and to go further.
Yeah, I think I could only agree with Milena and Gelinada, and maybe add my dream or whatever, that we should think about archives, what we will leave for younger colleague and people who will come after us, prepare really in a higher quality archives that they could then use them. And I am also a person of the thought that we should be applicable for current social challenges, and our research somehow offer also for educational reasons or for educational purposes. So as for us, our project, we try to be in connection with students, and we will offer some of the interviews to prepare educational tool. It's maybe a very small, maybe naive step toward the school system, which has not this topic in curricula, but I think we have to try. And also Sonia's presentation on the photographs with stories which send us students is such example that we really try to make a vivid communication, or to start the communication from the younger generation to ask the older generation, for example, in families, and start the communication about the socialist experience. Experience with socialism, it's better maybe. Yeah.
And how it is remembered.
And how it is remembered, of course. This is the goal.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think the time is up again. So I think we used this hour pretty intensively, and maybe we could thank you now, first of all, for your time and for sharing your ideas, and also that we actually found a common narrative now on the goal or the task for us for the future. And I now give the floor to Monika to just say some few words at the end, and thank you once more.
I want to also say thank you for all who contributed during these 3 days to our conference discussions, and I think that we all have now material in our heads we should think about and make some maybe decisions and plans. And I want to thank not only my colleagues in the preparatory committee, but also people who you didn't see during these 3 days, but they were the most important because they make this stream. And I want to thank Matve Kaščák, who was the contact person, very patient one, helpful, and all his friends. Thank you very much, guys and girls. I'm sorry, I forget. And I have one more information for those who ask about the possibilities to publish their papers. After this conference, we will send you an email with information about 2 calls for papers. One is in the Journal of Nationalism, Memory and Language Politics. Is a Czech journal in English, where the deadline for submissions is the November 30. And the second call for papers is our journal at Slovak Ethnology, where the deadline is January 31 next year. So please feel free to submit your papers, and when you have additional questions, so please write us.
Okay, so Milena just apologizes that her video connection was too. She wrote ate the batteries. It was exhausting also for her device.
Yeah.
So thank you very much again for your time.
Thank you, Gelinada.
Thank you.
Take care.
And for your company, and all of you also behind the screens that you.
Very interesting. Bye.
Yeah. Bye.
The same for us. And thank you, Monika.
Thank you, Luba,
for having this idea and hosting us the whole time.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.